It's a Saturday night home in Arizona. Diamondbacks made sure the Dodgers balloon came back down to earth last night with an impressive blowout win to open up this series. We are back inside Chase Field tonight, set for Game 2. D-backs 3-1 on this homestand so far against the best in the West, and we're just about set for the first pitch. It's D-backs baseball against the Dodgers on Fox Sports Arizona. And good evening from Chase Field. Welcome to the broadcast. Steve Berthune, Bob Brenly along the way. Game 2 of 3, the D-backs and the Dodgers. Ruby De La Rosa on the mound tonight for the Diamondbacks. And Bob, if he gets the run support tonight that Robbie Ray got last night, he'll be in pretty good shape.
Well, I would think so. That game was over almost before it began. 4 in the first, 6 in the second, 3 home runs hit in the first 2 innings of the game. For the first time in franchise history, the team batted around in the first 2 innings of the game. Really love to see the aggressive approach in the strike zone. Goldie got it going again last night. That was really good to see. A lot of guys got their swing back in shape last night.
Nick Ahmed tacked on a home run in the second inning. They had 3 homers by the end of the second inning in one of the most lopsided games the Diamondbacks have played all year. Especially fun against these Dodgers. They're up against former Diamondback Mike Bolsinger tonight.
Yeah, and they should know exactly what to expect from Mike Bolsinger. He throws a cut fastball, he throws a curveball, and he throws an occasional slider. But the curveball is his out pitch. He'll throw it when he gets ahead in the count. He'll throw it to righties and lefties, and he'll throw a lot of them, almost as many as his cut fastball. So look for that yacker tonight.
Well, the Dodgers made some moves to strengthen their rotation. They acquired Alex Wood, who we saw last night. They picked up Matt Latos as well. And so Bolsinger was temporarily out of a job. He was down in the minor leagues, but he's been recalled, and he's out there tonight against his former team. Welcome to the show. Jody Jackson has a report on this D-backs kitty core that's played so well as of late. And then its first pitch, the D-backs and the Dodgers on Fox Sports Arizona. Live the gig life. By Lone Butte Casino, you're in for more winning moments at Lone Butte Casino. And by Jack in the Box. For a limited time, try the new Portobello Mushroom Buttery Jack. with melted garlic herb butter.
Ruby De La Rosa and Wellington Castillo heading out to the field. Dodgers and Diamondbacks game 2 here from Chase Field tonight. Jody Jackson with you. None of the call-ups getting a start in tonight's lineup. But one thing that they all know in the dugout, they have to be ready if they are called upon. But so far, so good. It is their time to shine, and they have done that. This was Brandon Drury getting his first major league hit September 2nd against the Colorado Rockies and making some pretty sweet plays in the infield as well. Socrates Brito, well, he got a hit on Tuesday against the Giants, legging it out, showing that speed, doing the same thing in right field when he got the chance to start the next night. And then last night, Peter O'Brien, first major league hit in his first at-bat, a pinch hit opportunity, or I should say coming in playing left field late in the game. And Turner Ward, he said he's encouraged to really work with these guys in the cage. He saw them in spring, but now's their chance to do it in a major league game, and they are trying to put them in the best possible situation to succeed. Speaking of success, Ruby De La Rosa, he's had a lot of it so far this season, but he's looking for a win tonight against the Dodgers.
Phoenix, Arizona, the Diamondbacks and the Dodgers. D-backs hung a dozen on the Dodgers last night. We are back tonight and trying to continue the offensive outburst against LA in the home ballpark here. The Diamondbacks hitting nearly .330 in their last 6 games against Chase Utley and the Dodgers here at Chase Field. Your Arizona Ford starting pitcher for the Diamondbacks tonight. It's Ruby De La Rosa, the former Dodger, facing his old team for the 4th time this year and trying to beat them for the first time. His 29th start, looks for his 13th win coming off a loss Sunday at Wrigley Field.
Yeah, for the first 4 innings of that game at Wrigley Field, he was about as good as we've seen Ruby De La Rosa. Only 1 base runner for the Cubs through the first 4 innings. Then he bumped into some trouble in the 5th inning, gave up a leadoff home run and 3 more hits in the 5th, but only the 1 run scored against him. 2 of the 3 runs the Cubs scored came after Ruby was out of the ballgame when the bullpen struggled to get the outs they needed to get.
Dodgers pretty much have their A team in there tonight. Crawford, Utley, Gonzalez, Turner, Ethier, Peterson. Ruby has to try and keep it in the ballpark tonight. Dan Herron is the only pitcher in the majors who's allowed more home runs this year than Ruby De La Rosa. 29 home runs in 28 starts. The crew chief Brian O'Nora is our plate umpire. Carl Crawford's in the box, and we are underway in downtown Phoenix.
And Don Mattingly is not going to make it easy on Ruby tonight. Ruby has struggled a little bit against left-handed hitters this year, so Don Mattingly has 7 left-handed bats and Justin Turner in the lineup tonight.
They are loaded up. 2-0 on Crawford, who missed the Dodgers game on Wednesday with back stiffness. He's had another injury-plagued season. There's the strike, 2-1. Carl Crawford has played in just over 50 games this year. Went down with a torn right oblique at the end of April, missed 75 games. Didn't get back into the lineup until just after the All-Star break. Ruby behind, 3 balls and 1 strike. Drives it to right. Inciarte at the track, at the wall, and it's gone. Carl Crawford, his 4th, 1-0 LA. We said that a moment ago. He has got to keep it in the park. That's been a problem this year.
Now that was quick. The 9th career leadoff home run for Carl Crawford. A line drive variety to straightaway right field. Just does clear the fence out there. The 19th home run that Ruby De La Rosa has given up to left-handed hitters this year.
And his 30th overall on the season. Here's Chase Utley, the former Philly. Shoots it the other way. Peralta. It drops in front of base hit. Well, the Dodgers taking a page out of the Diamondback playbook from last night. A lineup for Don Mattingly tonight.
Fielder Carl Crawford led it off with a home run. Chase Utley with that base hit into left field will be at second base. Adrian Gonzalez making his way to the plate. He'll be at first. Justin Turner at third. Andre Ethier out in right field with Corey Seager at short. Yasmani Grandal doing the catching. Josh Peterson out in center field, and Mike Bolsinger, the right-hander, on the mound.
Adrian Gonzalez steps in, leading the Dodgers in RBIs. Diamondbacks have the shift on for Gonzalez, who's at 275 and 26 homers. Ruby, when he has had these moments, oftentimes early in ball games, first or second inning, he's done a very good job of limiting the damage, getting through it, and then keeping his team in the ball game the rest of the way. And that will, it appears, be the challenge again here tonight. He's got a chance to stay fair near the D-back dugout. And there it is. Nick Ahmed has it. One out. Right against the railing, Nick Ahmed.
Nick, the lone defender on that left side of the infield, had a long way to go to get over to that railing, but never takes his eye off the ball. Uses his right hand to sense where he is on the field and able to make the play. That's a big out.
And now the Diamondbacks go into their more routine defensive alignment for Justin Turner, the right-hand hitter. Utley at first, 1 away. Turner at 284. He's got 15 home runs.
When you see a team come out aggressively against the starting pitcher, the way the D-backs did against Alex Wood last night, and so far the way the Dodgers have done against Ruby, that changeup becomes a real valuable weapon. Can't be afraid to throw it first pitch. If guys are coming out of that on-deck circle ready to swing the bat at that fastball, you've got to show them something else, or at least locate the fastball well.
And that changeup is always one of Ruby's best pitches. Fly ball right center field, A.J. Pollock. 2 down.
Well, before Andre Ethier makes his way to the plate, let's take a look at our Valley Honda keys to the ball game today. Objects in the mirror are closer than they appear. Zach Greinke starting tomorrow for the Dodgers. If you'd like to win the series, tonight's a big ball game. And for Ruby De La Rosa, how about some Ruby's revenge? His former team has beaten him up pretty good this year. An ERA over 9 against the Dodgers. You know he'd love to get revenge against his former team.
And here is Andre Ethier. His 10th full season in the big leagues, all with Los Angeles, and having his best season at the plate in 3 seasons. Ethier's been limping around a bit this month and fouled a pitch off his right knee last week against the Giants. 293 and 13 home runs.
Yeah, quite possibly the busiest guy at the ballpark when the Dodgers roll into Chase Field. So many friends still here in the Valley. He goes up to the cage and takes his round of batting practice and then comes back to the warning track and visits with a group of fans and then goes back and takes another round, comes back and visits with another group of fans.
St. Mary's High School product, Arizona State Sun Devil. ASU in the house. Missed away, a ball and a strike to Ethier. This is a guy Don Mattingly has said has been a consistent bat for them, a guy that's given LA versatility all over the field. They've had a rash of outfield injuries this year. And Ethier's played in different spots in the order, right or left, all season long. Two and one.
You really have to commend Andre Ethier for the way he's handled the playing situation early in the season. Basically was the fourth outfielder, left-handed bat off the bench, but as you mentioned, a lot of injuries in that Dodger outfield, and every time they called upon him, Andre Ethier just went out there and hit.
Always been a tough out for the Diamondbacks, a career .327 hitter versus Arizona. He has homered off Ruby before. 2-2 pitch. Ruby 0-2 with an ERA over 9 against the Dodgers, the team that originally signed him out of the Dominican Republic back in 2007. Trying to beat him tonight for the first time in 4 starts this year. Right at the feet inside, and it's a full count 3-2. Utley will be off the pitch from first. Ruby lost 8-0 at Dodger Stadium May 1st. Walked 3, gave up 2 homers. He was hammered in LA June 8th. 9 runs, 10 hits, and 5. Better results in a no decision against the Dodgers here at Chase June 30th. There goes Utley. 3-2 is a base hit into right. Utley will get third here. They're on the corners with 2 outs.
Jam shot floater out into shallow right field. That fastball running up and in on Ethier gets just enough of it to get it over the infield in front of Ender Inciarte. And with Utley on the move, 2 outs, full count pitch, he easily advances on to third.
Really trying to limit the damage here. The rookie Corey Seager steps up. Utley at third, Ethier at first. Ron Renicky, the former Brewers manager, now the third base coach for the Dodgers. There he is. And here's 21-year-old rookie Corey Seager. He was on base all night long last night, a single and 3 bases on balls. There's a strike on 1. Seager .385 through his first 8 major league games. He's hit safely in 7 of those games so far, including the last 5 in a row. Down in the Dodger dugout today, and Corey Seager was walking around. I mean, you swear he's the bat boy. I mean, he is just a baby up there. Just turned 21 back in April. Two and 1. 20 pitch first for Ruby. Corey Seager First-round pick out of high school in North Carolina 3 years ago, the 18th overall selection. His older brother Kyle is the Mariners star third baseman. 2-1. In there. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
A lot of sliders in the early going from Ruby De La Rosa. Occasionally a starting pitcher will come out of that bullpen feeling better about one of his secondary pitches or the other, and it appears that Ruby is liking his slider a lot tonight.
Well, that was a great location right there. And came in with a heat. Seager just did get a piece of it. It stays 2-2.
Good location once again off the plate inside. Seager took a big rip at it. Got it in just enough off that corner. Wellington Castillo, you see stepping out in front of home plate to go through a series of signs to let the infielders know where he's going to throw the ball should Ethier break for second base, which would be quite the surprise.
Just inside, it's a full count. Back-to-back 3-2 counts for Ruby. And now Ethier will be off with a pitch from first base. Goldie plays behind the runner. 3-2. There goes Ethier. It's a chopper to second. Hurry up, and he can't make a play. Utley scores. It's 2-0 LA. Chris Owings couldn't quite get a handle on it. A single and an RBI for Seager. That thing just died there on CO.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Ruby made a really good pitch there. A changeup down low and away, and Seager just rolled over, hit that little chopper to the right side. You can see Chris Owings trying to make the shovel toss. Just pick it up barehanded, shovel onto Goldie. Unfortunately, can't get the handle on it. Mike Harkey out just to make sure everybody still has the right mindset. He gave up a long line drive homer to Carl Crawford, an opposite field single to Chase Utley, but he's been making good pitches. Just weak contact by Andre Ethier, and now once again by Corey Seager.
You'll remember Ruby was cruising along in his last start against the Cubs. He did not allow a hit through the first 4 innings, but then Chris Bryant hit a 495-foot homer off him to lead off the 5th. One of 4 hits in that inning against Ruby, and that was kind of his Ruby inning. And tonight it's the first. Yasmani Grandal, the catcher. 253 and 15 home runs. He has been in a horrific slump. Grandal trying to play through a sore left shoulder that is just crushing his performance at the plate. He has not had a base hit since August 16th. He's 0 for 33 right now, and 3 for his last 55 at the plate. That's a slump that dates back a full month. Hurt the left shoulder on a foul ball the first week of August and just has not been the same guy ever since. There goes Seager. The throw from Castillo is not in time. Second major league stolen base for Corey Seager. Marcus Patillo, the second base umpire.
Seager's not a guy that really ran much into minor leagues. His high as a minor league player was 9.
Close.
Yeah, going into head first right there. Nick, as always, gets that tag down so quickly on that sliding runner, and he is sure they got him at second base.
Alan Campbell is checking in the Diamondback clubhouse. No challenge from Chip Hale.
And that doesn't necessarily mean that Seager was safe at second base. It just means that because of the evidence that Alan has to work with down in the video room, it's not conclusive enough to possibly waste your appeal in the first inning.
Trying to get out of this mess. Second and third now. 2 outs and 2 runs in. 2 balls and a strike. He gave Corey Seager number 5. You only do that to rookies that you think are going to be around a long time. I certainly think that about Corey Seager.
65, 75, 85. Yeah, those are guys that get called up for a September look, but guys that get single-digit numbers, yeah, they're going to be around for a while.
In their first week in the big leagues, yeah. He's got the Nomar 5 down there. It's not by accident. Remember your first number?
It was 15. It would just happen to be available and was hanging in my locker when I got there. So, yeah, that works for me.
They knew what they were doing. Popped him up. Ahmed. LAN at third. Ruby strands 2, but the Dodgers get 2. Bottom 1 coming up. Tonight, 20 games over 500, 7.5 up on the Giants atop the NL West. And even with last night's D-backs win, the Dodgers have won 13 of their last 17. Your Arizona Ford starting pitcher for LA, it's Mike Bolsinger. Sold to the Dodgers by the Diamondbacks after last year, making his 18th start with LA and his 3rd against the Diamondbacks. Here's Chris Owings.
Just been kind of mixing it up, and he's been having success with that curveball, and playing behind him. I played behind him for multiple years, so I kind of know what he's got going on, and like you said, hopefully we can get to him tonight.
The numbers on Mike Bolsinger: 1-6 with the D-backs last year, his first major league look. This year, 6-3 in 17 starts. The ERA under 3. His big problem has been efficiency. His starts have been consistently short all year long. Bob, he does not go deep into ball games.
He's one of those guys that pitch count tends to catch up to him. He can be somewhat of a nibbler, especially if he doesn't have his good curveball working on a given night. You see his arsenal right there: cutter, curve, slider. You'll see the slider against the righties, the curve against everybody.
A.J. Pollock leads it off. A.J. 8th in the league in hitting at .313. He's got 16 home runs. A.J. 1 for 5 last night, hitting about .340 since the All-Star break. Drives it to center. Jock Peterson. And he runs it down, just shy of the warning track out there, the rookie. Want to welcome all of those watching Fox Sports 1. Steve Berthune, Bob Ray, and Jody Jackson here on Fox Sports Arizona. The D-backs and the Dodgers just underway. Bottom first at Chase Field. LA got 2 in the top half against Ruby De La Rosa. Carl Crawford, a walk-off homer. His 4th of the year, a leadoff homer, pardon me. And Corey Seager, the rookie, with an RBI single. Here's Ender Inciarte. Ender 298 and 4 homers. Justin Turner in on the grass at third. Ender has a hot bat right now. Back-to-back 3-hit games. Wednesday against the Giants and then last night against these Dodgers. There's a strike, 1-1.
A.J. Pollock's long fly ball just to the right of straightaway center came on a curveball. Looked like he might have been looking for that particular pitch. We've talked about how much Bolsinger likes to throw that curve. He's got a lot of confidence in it.
He checks at Alan Porter at third. Well, the D-backs have seen Bolsinger twice this year. He worked 7 innings of 3-hit ball against the Diamondbacks. That was June 8th at Dodger Stadium. He had 8 strikeouts in that ball game. But he lasted only 4 innings in a return bout here at Chase Field at the end of June. That's a strike, 2-2. Brian O'Nora.
Boy, Yasmani Grandal buys his pitcher a strike right here. The way he received that ball, got his glove outside that cut fastball and was moving back toward the corner when he caught it.
Pitch framing. Yasmani Grandal has excellent pitch framing metrics, and Inciarte strikes out, 2 down. The lineup for Chip Hale's Arizona Diamondbacks today.
A.J. Pollock leading off in center field, and Inciarte in right field. Paul Goldschmidt, good game last night, took some really good swings. Good to see that from Goldie. David Peralta out in left field. Wellington Castillo with a home run in the game last night in the first inning. Jake Lamb at third, Chris Owings at second, Nick Ahmed at short, and Ruby De La Rosa, the righty, on the mound.
Here's Goldie. .317 and 28 homers, sitting on 99 RBIs, which ranks him 2nd in the National League. Goldie got number 28 last night, a 2-run homer in the 2nd. This was Goldie last night, his 2nd home run this month and his 6th homer in the last 18 games.
All night last night, Goldie taking a much more aggressive swing at pitches in the strike zone. Taking a couple of very hittable fastballs in this at bat, however.
He has rediscovered that home run swing following that 22-game stretch during which he went without a home run. That from the end of July through the first 3 weeks in August. 2-2 pitch. Reaches out and pokes it down the right field line. That's a fair ball. It's in the corner. Ethier has it, and it's a double for Paul Goldschmidt. His 31st on the year. Boy, Goldie in the first inning. We have talked about that all year long.
I mentioned that Bolsinger will use the slider mostly against right-handed hitters. He tries to paint that outside corner with a slider right here, and Goldie just shoots it down into that right field corner. Kind of a defensive swing in the 2-strike count, but gets a great result. Puts himself in scoring position with 2 outs here for David Peralta,
who steps in 9th in the National League in hitting, batting .307. He's got 14 homers. Late time granted by Brian O'Nora.
Yeah, and you see Brian O'Nora immediately pointing at Yasmani Grandal. He wanted everybody to know, including Don Mattingly, the timeout was called by the Dodger catcher, not David Peralta, not the home plate umpire. this is something the umpires have started to do just over the last 3 or 4 years. Occasionally pitchers will get upset when a batter calls for a late timeout and maybe want to pay the guy back by knocking him down. So in order to avoid that, umpires let everybody know who called the timeout.
Accountability, it's a nice thing. The number's on David. He comes into tonight riding an 8-game hitting streak. Spun him around, 2 balls and a strike.
You'll watch Yasmani Grandal behind the plate. You mentioned his pitch framing ability back there, one of the best in the game, but also watch how far he sets up, either on or off of the corner. He'll go completely in the other batter's box at times.
Waves at that one, 2-2. This Dodgers' new front office very analytically inclined, in pitch framing as a top priority. One reason they went out and got Yasmani Grandal. He did very well last year framing pitches, able to get 120 extra strikes according to some of the pitch framing data. Two and two. He did not go, says Alan Porter. You saw Grandal tapping his mitt on the ground there. He wanted that one down.
That's right where Mike Bolsinger put it. It's a chase curveball right there. You hope the batter goes out of the zone and chases that pitch. But David able to check his swing in time. Now we'll face a full count delivery from Bolsinger.
2 outs, Goldie at second. A bouncer to second. Utley's there. Bolsinger strands the 2-out double. Diamondbacks trail it 2-0. Center fielder Jock Peterson sent to lead off the second, batting 8th in the order, and he has really dropped down to the bottom of the lineup, Bob, for Don Mattingly.
Yeah, he really has. I mean, after that big first half of the season, the average wasn't there, but 20 homers, 40 RBI, did strike out quite a bit. Chris Bryant, Matt Duffy, Odubel Herrera, who unfortunately is getting penalized for playing for the worst team in Major League Baseball. But that was the first half of the season for those 4 gentlemen. It's been a little bit of a different story in the second half, especially for Jock Peterson. That's why they call it Rookie of the Year and not Rookie of the First Half.
Peterson hitting only 180 in the second half of the year. Homered 20 times in the first half, as we saw. He's got 4 home runs since the All-Star break, and the batting average for Peterson in the second half has dropped 50 points.
And the strikeout rate still way up there. Of course, Chris Bryant getting a lot of notoriety given the Cubs' run to the playoffs this year. Matt Duffy very quietly has held down that third base spot for the Giants and done a great job. But once again, poor Odubel Herrera. Can I get some love over here?
For the Phillies. Bryant's remained steady. Matt Duffy, just saw him earlier this week here at Chase Field. He's had a great year. But Peterson has in fact lost his job. He was the right-in everyday guy at center field, not anymore. And a big problem has been the strikeouts. He's striking out 29% of the time he's at the plate this year. Now, he's always had high strikeout rates in the minors, but his strikeout rate has gone up every year that he's been a professional. And they have acknowledged, the Dodgers, that they're going to have to make some swing changes with this young man in the offseason. They are looking for more consistent contact up there. And so they've tinkered a bit, we're told. Nothing dramatic.
Well, there's some tinkering there to do. I was talking to Rick Monday before the ball game, who watches Jock Peterson every day, and I said, what have you seen? And he said, Jock Peterson's swing every time is like the last swing of a home run derby.
Here's the great Rick Monday working Dodgers radio just to our left here. Well, he put on a show in Cincinnati, that's for sure. And 20 homers in your first half of your first big league season will make you swing for the fences, but it's become an issue. Ruby was behind in the count in the first inning, Bob, and now he's 3-2 on Peterson to open up the second.
Another thing Rick Monday said, see if he calls timeout right here before the delivery. He does it, yeah.
There it is.
He doesn't do it all the time, but a lot of the time on a 3-2 pitch, Rick said he'll call timeout for whatever reason.
He's looking at us right now. You called it. And there's the star. He got a piece of it.
Yep, just did get a piece of it that time.
Rick raised his hands over his head and looked over here.
Came over and said anything to look for Peterson. And one of the things that you and I told him says when he gets 3-2, look for Jock Peterson to call timeout.
Yeah, he does that, and I think he does that to try to disrupt the.
Over there with Kevin Kennedy.
Rick Monday's seen a few ball games.
1 or 2.
Yeah.
Former ASU Sun Devil.
A good left-handed power hitter on top of it.
Reaches down and knocks it the other way. Peralta won't get there. A base hit for Peterson. The 5th hit for LA. Leadoff single here in the second. Boy, Ruby's really having to work out there.
I mean, that base hit right there is another example. That's not a bad pitch. That ball's off the outside corner, moving away from Peterson. He hits it right off the end of the bat. He can't believe he made contact and just floats it out there into shallow left field for a base hit.
He popped out in a pinch hit appearance in the ball game last night. Swung at the first pitch, but he's 1 for 1 so far today. Here's the pitcher, Mike Bolsinger. Jake Lamb in at third.
Not that we're picking on Jock Peterson tonight, but another part of his game that has completely disappeared is the stolen base. He's stolen 3 bags this year. He's been caught 6 times. This is a guy that had 2 30 stolen base seasons in the minors and 2 more in the high 20s. He just rarely runs anymore.
MVP of the Pacific Coast League last year at Albuquerque. He was a 30-30 guy. First player in 80 years with a 30-30 season in the Coast League. Bolsinger's trying to give himself up here, but Ruby's behind 2-0. And he is laboring. Long first, and now a rough start to the second. Wellington Castillo and Ruby De La Rosa, former Little League teammates as youngsters in the Dominican Republic. Well, he was not a catcher back then. He was an infielder, and they played on the same Little League team in the Dominican for about half a season. But he has been known here as the Ruby Whisperer. He has that ability to get out there and get through to Ruby, which is not always easy. 2-0. There's the strike. Diamondbacks have won 7 of Ruby De La Rosa's 10 starts since the All-Star break. And his ERA in the second half of the year is under 3.5. It's been a rough turn out of the gate here tonight. Here's another strike, 2-2. He's lost only twice in 10 starts since the All-Star break. It was a work in progress during the first half, but here in the second, he's been their ace.
And really, other than the home run ball and the occasional loss of focus Ruby inning, he's been outstanding in the second half of the season.
And DeJohn Watson, the D-backs senior VP of baseball ops, told us on our latest episode of D-backs podcast that the thing that's most impressed him, there's DeJohn, is Ruby's maturity. That's been the biggest thing that he's seen, and he's seen Ruby since he was 17 when they were both in the Dodgers organization. And DeJohn told us that, well, you know, how mature Ruby has been in the conversations he's had with Dave Stewart and Mike Harkey along the way, watching Ruby really just take things one outing at a time and try and learn. And we've seen that maturity here. That's reflected in those second half numbers. Holsinger gets the bunt down. Jake Lamb has it. And Wellington Castillo sprinting up that third base line to cover the bag, with Peterson moving into second.
Left fielder Carl Crawford.
This bit the Diamondbacks earlier this season when Wellington Castillo nor the pitcher and nobody got to third base in time to cover. Anytime you're playing that kind of a half shift, guys are moving around, the third baseman has to come in and field the bunt. Somebody has to get down there and cover third base, usually the catcher.
5-4 on the sacrifice for Bolsinger. Peterson at second, 1 out. And here's Carl Crawford, who hit a home run to lead off the ball game, his 4th of the year. There's a strike, 0-1. This was Crawford to lead off the ball game. 102 miles an hour off the bat. The 30th home run given up this year by Ruby De La Rosa. No pitcher in baseball has given up more. Oh, 0-2. Crawford has swung the bat very well lately. Going into tonight, 10 hits in his last 9 games. 3 doubles and a homer, and now he's homered again. Brian O'Nora is getting into it with the Dodger dugout. The crew chief of the plate umpire telling Don Mattingly enough. I think he's upset about this one.
He probably has a good right to be. Both pitches in the same spot, just off of that outside corner. But Wellington Castillo doing a pretty nice job of making it look better than it really was.
.94-mile-an-hour fastball. First strikeout for Ruby. 2 down.
They got away with one right there. Wellington wanted that fastball elevated in the zone, and it is right down the middle of the plate. Look at the way Wellington reacts. Oh my God, did we just get away with one? That was center cut right down the middle of the plate.
Well, you've heard of effectively wild. It might be the opposite.
Crawford expecting a waste pitch there, perhaps.
It's like you always say, he's got deceptive speed. He's slower than you think. Chase Utley singled and scored his first time up. Utley's single in the first extended his hitting streak. He's now hit safely in 9 straight. Batting over .320 during that span. He's had a hot bat lately. Here's a strike, 0-1.
If you're going to get that pitch, keep going back to it. That backdoor slider, just make sure if you miss farther away. Don't let it stray over the middle part of the plate. That's one of the many reasons I used to love to watch Greg Maddux and Tom Glavine, those great Braves pitching staffs, John Smoltz. It was almost like a doctor, you know, probing. Well, okay, how far off this corner are you going to call? And how far off of that corner are you going to call? And with the command that those guys had, once they reached the limit, that's as far as I can go off the plate. they would live there all night long.
And every hitter who batted against them will tell you they got an extra 3, 5, 6 inches sometimes.
8, 10, 12.
A ball and a strike to Chase Utley. Utley acquired from the Phillies in the middle of last month for a pair of minor leaguers. His 18th game with the Dodgers. And they have really needed him. Howie Kendrick hasn't played since the first week of August with a hamstring injury. On the ground to second for Owings. Good job by Ruby De La Rosa. He strands Peterson, keeps it a 2-0 ball game. Here's what's next, brought to you by CenturyLink. Night in downtown Phoenix, Arizona, Chase Field. Diamondbacks trail the Dodgers 2-0. Set for the home half of the second. Steve Berthune, Bob Brenly, and Jody Jackson with you. And Beef Wellington on the menu tonight. It's Wellington Castillo. He leads off the Arizona second against Mike Bolsinger. Welly 247 and 19 homers. He has homered 4 times in his last 14 games. And he was the guy who got it started last night. That 3-run homer in the first off Alex Wood. Diamondbacks won the series opener 12-4 over LA. Home runs in the first 2 innings by Castillo, Goldie, and Ahmed. D-backs were up 10-0 after 2 and never looked back. Here's Nick. The Yukon Husky. Beef on the menu last night, BB.
A couple of teammates on base. He got big last night. This ball went way out to left center field, just to the left of the 413 mark, up in the second deck out there. A lot of people weren't even in their seats yet.
Seager at shortstop. Can he make the play? Throws off line. And Castillo's aboard. Base hit for Beef.
Seager probably had a little more time than he realized. He probably could have planted that right foot, got a little more on that throw, a little more accurate throw. But boy, you can do that last night. Took his time on a play and made it very close at first. That time he kind of rushed it with a slow runner.
You can see why they think he can be a shortstop at 6'4", 215. He's a big kid, only 21 years old, but he moves really well out there. Here's the third baseman, Jake Lamb. Ball 1. Jake at 279. He's got 6 homers. One of the guys around which the Diamondbacks are rebuilding their infield. 24-year-old third baseman. A plus defender at third. A lot of potential in that bat. He's hitting better than .330 over his last 18 games. Holsinger misses up and in. It's 3 balls and no strikes.
Chip Hale's been pretty liberal in the 3-0 green light this year. See if Jake Lamb has the green light if the pitch is to his liking.
That looked like a 3-0 strike.
Yeah. High cutter that time.
Yikes. Did not go. Alan Porter. Ball 4. First 2 have reached in the Diamondbacks second. And that'll bring up the second baseman, Chris Owings. 4 was a strike. 5 was a ball.
Number 16, Chris Owings.
Well, Chris Owings was kind enough to give us the scouting report on Mike Bolsinger tonight. Played behind him for, as he said, multiple years in the minor league. So if anybody should have a good idea what Mike Bolsinger is all about, it's Chris Owens. Good chance here with a couple teammates on base.
Well, CO, the bat has come alive as of late. 241 and 4 home runs. He had a couple of hits last night in the win over LA, including an RBI triple. Castillo, the runner at second. Lamb at first. Ball 1.
Bolsinger missing up a lot here in this inning, both with the cutter and the curveball, hanging him up there around the letters. That's a danger zone for a breaking ball pitcher.
Shortstop. Oakley. They roll the double play. 2 down. Castillo in at third.
TaylorMade leads that shortstop right to the bag, making that easy underhanded toss to Chase Utley.
Two outs now for Nick Ahmed, the shortstop. Nick at 226. He's got 9 home runs, coming off a 4 for 4 last night, including a home run and 2 doubles. He has homered twice in the last 4 games. This was Nick Ahmed in the second inning last night off Pedro Baez. Down 0-2.
I'm sure part of Andy Green's advice right there to Wellington Castillo, be ready for the pitch in the dirt. A guy that lives and dies with that big curveball. He's ahead in the count 0-2. Might try to bounce one right here. Looks like they maybe go up the ladder this time. Yeah, way up the ladder. Fans, anytime the D-backs score 5 runs or more, Taco Bell is giving away 3 free tacos with the purchase of a large drink between 4 and 6 the following day at participating locations.
Just did get a piece of it. Bolsinger really having to work here through 2 innings.
Just does get a piece of that curveball to stay alive in the at-bat. That's a common sequence of pitches. A high fastball out of the zone up, and then come right back with a curveball that starts in nearly the same spot.
Raise that eye level.
Raise the eye level and then throw a pitch that looks just like the one before but has all that downward movement.
1-2. It looked like Brian Honora was going to ring him up there, but it's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Brian Honora is one of the more mobile home plate umpires. Watch him move around back there. Wants to make sure and get a good look at the pitch. He looked like he wanted to raise the right arm and then thought better of it.
Just kind of went for a stroll back there behind the plate. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And he did bounce one right there. Well, he stays put at third. It's a full count 3-2 with the pitcher De La Rosa on deck.
You know that going in as a catcher. You know the strengths and weaknesses of your own pitcher, and there's no secret with Mike Bolsinger. His curveball is good. He's going to use it a lot. Righties, lefties, any count, any situation, and as a catcher, you know you're going to be busy back there.
Three-2 pitch. Look out. Well, he's standing in foul ground. Eighth pitch of the at-bat on the way. Ball 4. A chance for Ruby. Second walk in the inning issued by Mike Bolsinger.
Pitcher number 12, Ruby.
Well, Bolsinger opened the year in the minor leagues, but by the middle of May, he was up in the Dodger rotation and really pitching well. He was 4-1 over his first 7 starts. The ERA was 2.08, but he was really having trouble pitching deep into ball games, and we're seeing why here tonight at Chase Field. He had a span of 9 starts through June and July. And in those 9 starts, he went fewer than 6 innings 7 times. And when they went out and got Alex Wood and Matt Latos at the trade deadline, Bolsinger found himself in Oklahoma City. Brought back up with the September roster expansion.
Well, there is some kind of confusion going on in the Dodger outfield right now. Jock Peterson started out several steps over in left center, turned on a dead sprint and ran over to the gap in right center, and then returned to his original position. All the while trying to get Andre Ethier to play shallower in right. Carl Crawford was just standing over in left field watching the action in center and right.
The Ruby shift.
Yeah, trying to figure out which way to shift for Ruby De La Rosa.
He's the rookie all-star center fielder and the veteran right fielder. They're on the corners with 2 outs, 0-1 on Ruby.
The infielders are taking their position. Jock Peterson is moving over toward right center. Mike Bolsinger realizes his defense is moving all over the place behind him, so he steps off. And Peterson's telling Ethier to move in, and then he runs right back to where he started from.
It's chaos out there.
Chaos.
1-2. Honeycutt doesn't look too thrilled either, the pitching coach, with what he's seen from Bolsinger, who's now at 41 pitches through 1 2/3. Ruby just does get a piece of it. Ruby has been a hitter from time to time this year. There's a chance he could knock one through the infield, get Welly home from third here. Reaches down and rolls it to Utley. Well, the Diamondbacks have first and second, nobody out, cannot get a run across. They still trail it 2-0. pregame brings you live reports from the biggest games. Get you all ready for the action. Catch America's pregame 2 o'clock only on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go with Mike and Molly. Just remember, don't invite Mike Hill at your wedding. No, Mike was at my wedding. He did a dance that it was so outrageous we put it on the bonus features on the DVD. They're still talking about it back in Connecticut. It was a good time.
Yeah, sounds like somebody you want to have at your party.
We welcome all those of you watching on Fox Sports 1. Steve Berthune, Bob Brenly, and Jody Jackson here. D-backs trail the Dodgers 2-0. Adrian Gonzalez leads off the LA third against Ruby De La Rosa. Chase Field, downtown Phoenix, Arizona. Diamondbacks have the shift on for Gonzalez, who is really slumping right now. He popped up his first time up. There's a strike 0-1. Gonzalez just 3 for his last 30 at the plate. And since the middle of August, he's batting only about 180.
The thing about Adrian Gonzalez over the course of his career, whether he's in the midst of one of the hottest streaks ever or in the worst slump ever, he always looks the same at the plate. Very little changes with his approach. Very subtle changes from time to time.
There it goes, way back, and that ball is gone. A home run. Adrian Gonzalez is 27th, and it's 3-0 LA. No pitcher in the major leagues has given up more homers this year than Ruby De La Rosa. That's 2 tonight.
Up above the belt, just below the Dodgers, across the front of the jersey, and he just tomahawks it out of here near that RamTrucks.com pool area.
Boy, Gonzalez, this is his 14th game against the Diamondbacks this year. That was just his second RBI. Justin Turner. He drills one into center, a base hit. That's 7 hits for the Dodgers. There you go, a major league leader. Crawford led off the ball game with his 4th. Gonzalez leads off the 3rd with his 27th. Here's Ethier. Ethier singled his first time up.
An even more damning stat is of those 31 home runs, 15 of them have come with runners on base. He's fortunate tonight that both the Dodger home runs were leading off the inning. Carl Crawford to start the game, and Adrian Gonzalez here leading off the 3rd.
Well, we always hear that it's not solo homers that beat you, but they will if you give up a whole bunch.
Yeah, depends on how many you give up, I think.
Center field, A.J. Pollock can't get it. It rolls to the wall. On Renicky to send Turner home. Here's the relay, and it is not in time. RBI double for Andre Ethier. 4-0 Dodgers. Ethier 2 for 2.
And Andre Ethier just continues to beat on the Diamondbacks. His last 10 games here in Arizona, he is now 15 for 31 with 7 extra base hits.
He is a career .327 hitter against the Diamondbacks, and with that double, now has 90 career RBIs versus Arizona. Left-hander Andrew Chafin, who should get some consideration for National League Rookie of the Year, starts warming up in the Sanderson Ford bullpen.
You just had the feeling that the first pitcher up in that Diamondbacks bullpen tonight was going to be a lefty. I mentioned 6 left-handed hitters, and Yasmani Grandal, a switch hitter, all sandwiched around the only righty, Justin Turner. So Chip Hale getting his lefty cranked up as quickly as possible.
A home run, a single, a double to open up the LA third. And here's the rookie Corey Seager. And we're going to have both benches worn by Brian O'Nora. And here comes Don Mattingly. He's going to say, my guy hasn't done anything. Why are you warning me? There is a long history between these two teams. It goes back to June of 2013, an ugly benches clearing brawl at Dodger Stadium. And that tension has lingered ever since. The rivalry's been a bit one-sided the last 2 years, ever since that brawl. But Brian O'Nora is going to snuff this out right here.
And occasionally when there is a history between two teams, Major League Baseball will alert the umpires before the series. Hey, these guys have had some bad blood in the past. Don't let things get out of control. And Brian O'Nora just doing his best to try to make sure things don't escalate beyond this point. I can see Don Mattingly this point as well. That guy didn't do anything. Wellington did move inside. I think the alarming fact is the pitch was up there, shoulder high, maybe a little above, and that's when you really get the attention of the opposing team and the umpires.
So it's 1-0 on Seager. Ethier at second, 2 runs in. There was that sequence in Colorado on the last road trip. I forget who the hitter was, but he had fouled off a number of pitches against Ruby De La Rosa, and Ruby just kind of got fed up 8, 9, 10 pitches into the AB and just drilled him in the hip with a 100-mile-an-hour fastball. Said enough is enough.
Tired of this.
So he will have his Ruby moment from time to time. Base hit into right center. Here comes Ethier, and the Dodgers take a 5-0 lead. 4 straight base hits to open up the LA third.
That's going to do it for Ruby De La Rosa. Chip Hale apparently didn't like what he heard when he made the mound visit, and certainly didn't like what he saw as Corey Seager lines one through the middle of the field for an RBI base hit.
Well, Seager is 2 for 2. He's played 9 major league games. He's hit safely in 8 of them, including the last 6 in a row. Not Ruby De La Rosa's night. Andrew Chafin comes in. We're back after this. Dodgers lead the Diamondbacks 5-0. First 4 here in the LA third have base hits, and that ends Ruby De La Rosa's night, the shortest outing of Ruby's career. And here's one of the guys that should get some National League Rookie of the Year consideration, the left-hander Andrew Chafin, former first-round pick out of Kent State. He has been outstanding, Bob, in that Diamondback bullpen.
No question about it. Over his last 24 appearances, his ERA is 0.74. Look at his rank among National League lefty relievers. He's first in innings, 7th in ERA, and 7th in strikeouts.
A converted starter has been a key member of that bullpen, and Ruby's night is over. He's responsible for Seager at first. 5 runs on 9 hits and 2+. Here's Yasmani Grandal, who will turn around and bat right-handed against the lefty Chafin, the switch-hitting catcher. Grandal popped up his first time. An all-star this season. Now with .252 with 15 homers. Mentioned Grandal is in a terrible slump right now. Has not had a base hit since August 16th. 3 for his last 56 at the plate. Grandal was hitting .295 for the year early last month, but then hurt his left shoulder on a foul ball, a hard foul ball right back off the shoulder first week of August. It's the left shoulder. And ever since that injury, his batting average for the year has dropped by more than 40 points. He has really struggled. He did an MRI. They found inflammation in that shoulder, no structural damage. But the pain is just sort of radiated through his entire upper body. It's just going to be one of those things he's going to have to deal with all year long. There's no treatment, just rest, and they can't afford to have him rest right now.
I'm not doubting Yasmani Grandal's injury, no question about it. It's affected him offensively, probably affected him defensively as well. But both those dugouts, everybody in uniform is suffering from some kind of inflammation right now. It's been a long season, and those injuries just don't heal the way they should when you're playing every day. You just continue to aggravate it. The inflammation comes back. You try to treat it with medication and ice and various kinds of treatment in that training room, and the trainers do a tremendous job for all the major league clubs of keeping these guys on the field. But the reality is that at this point in the season, everybody's barking a little bit.
Everybody hurts, as Michael Stipe was saying.
Yeah, REM, right?
Yep, yeah, good call. I can't get anything by you. 3-2. Shiny, happy people, the whole thing. Grandal said the pain started out in the shoulder, went up to the neck, the middle of the back, the right rib, then the left rib. It sort of spread. Seager holds it first. Grandal fouls that one home.
That's how a lot of problems arise over the course of a baseball season, because sometimes of a very seemingly minor injury, you foul the ball off your left foot. So now it hurts when you come down hard on that left foot, so you try to keep your weight back a little bit more, and now your swing is just off a little bit. Things get out of whack. You try to make adjustments to make up for the injury. It's a never-ending cycle.
All strike 3. Chafin rings up Grandal, and the Diamondbacks record their first out here in the third.
Center fielder, Jonathan Peterson.
Grandal, no argument that time. Got plenty of plate right in the middle of the zone.
The rookie Jock Peterson singled his first time up. 1 away. Seager the runner at first. LA with 2 in the first and now 3 in the third. Have you noticed anything other than calling timeout every time there's a 3-2 count with the help of Rick Monday? Anything different with Peterson? We've heard a lot about tinkering with his swing a bit.
Yeah, I mean, he has a tendency to fly open. The front shoulder, the front hip, even his stride occasionally will open up in an effort to lift the ball in the air to right field, which makes him susceptible to off-speed pitches away, fastballs away. But once again, talking to Rick Monday, who has seen a lot more of him than I have, he said, it may have started out as a mechanical thing, but now he thinks it's between Jock Peterson's ears. He's a guy that was very aggressive in the first half of the season. Appeared that he didn't really care whether he made a mistake or not. He was going to play the game at 1,000 miles an hour, but has played a lot more tentative in the second half.
How about that swing by Jock Peterson, trying to hit it 600 feet here?
You can see one thing right away. I mean, his head moves a lot because of his long stride. As you stride out there with that front foot, his head drops, and because his stride is so long, his head really moves quite a bit.
That ball has been moved quite a bit, and it is gone. Jock Peterson, that's 25. And it's 7-0 Los Angeles. Just his 5th home run since the All-Star break.
They got a pitch up in the zone that time. Ooh, man, crushed that one.
And now it's a 5-run Dodger third. Here's the pitcher, Mike Bolsinger.
This is something we did not have to deal with in the ball game last night when the Diamondbacks scored 4 in the first and 6 in the second. The Dodger fans in attendance were very quiet last night. They're making up for it here tonight.
Here's Baxter. Trying to represent 0-2. Showering the Dodger fans with popcorn. Baxter up to his usual antics out there. Call and strike 3. Bolsinger strikes out. That's 2 down. Well, there's Carl Crawford, who led off the ball game with a home run, his 4th of the year. Crawford has homered and struck out. He's 1 for 2. 11 hits in his last 10 games, including 2 homers. And they don't get Kershaw in this series. They do get Greinke. He'll start tomorrow against Patrick Corbin.
This partner in the first 8 innings of this series, it was 12-0 Diamondbacks. In the last 4 innings, it's 11-0 Dodgers. This is like one of those heavyweight fights where you go ahead and hit me in the chin as hard as you can, and then I'll hit you in the chin as hard as I can.
One team just rope-a-dopes the other. Let them punch themselves out, hitting home runs. Swing and a miss. 3 strikeouts in the inning for Andrew Chafin, but it's a 5-run LA third. They lead it 7-0.
Jody Jackson here at Chase Field, where we are going gold for pediatric cancer here. Tonight, the Arizona Diamondbacks hosting a group of cancer survivors, and alongside I have McKendry Patton and Stephen Dwyer, two teenagers. You guys met at Phoenix Children's. You both underwent a bone marrow transplant. McKendry, just give me an idea of kind of what your last year has been like. I know it was recently 1 year since your transplant, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a lot of testing, a lot of pain, but it was a lot of lessons to be learned, and I had Steven by my side through a lot of it, and we're the same age, and we got through a lot of hard things together, and we were able to come out of it stronger and better people, and be able to spread awareness now for cancer and other bone marrow failures.
McKendry and Stephen, I mean, your strength and courage is just amazing to me. And, you know, Stephen, I know recently you got back into swimming. You're a senior at Dobson High, right? Tell me a little bit about what you're looking forward to and just what's important to you now.
Honestly, just like some normalcy, just being with friends, and swimming is a big thing for me just because it makes me feel like I'm at home. And my teammates at swim help me a lot. I mean, they're there for me. They've been there for me the whole time this past year and a half. And it's just nice to be back at school and being with my friends and just having some normalcy. So yeah, it's been really nice.
And I know that you asked McKendry actually to prom. Is that right?
Yeah, I did. It was like April. Yeah, I wanted to do that for a while, and I was glad we got to do that. I mean, it was cool, but I don't know. It was fun. Yeah.
You weren't able to actually go, right? But what did it mean to you? You mentioned his friendship. We'll keep an eye on foul balls as well. But just to have him ask you, and just, again, to have that friendship through a tough time.
Yeah, well, we had gone through so much together, and to be able to kind of finish it out and kind of end it out with some normal, you know, a prom night. It was so fun to get to go get a dress and look forward to it. Unfortunately, I didn't get to attend, but
and I know today you were both on the field pregame, and Paul Goldschmidt, I know, Stephen, has come by the hospital. You were able to meet him there, and you and McKendry both met Robbie Ray and saw Paul today. What was that like? What did they tell you out on the field?
It was just cool being there with them. I've been in contact with Paul since transplant. Like, he came to visit me one day in the hospital, and since then I've kept him up to date on how things are going. So to have him out there was just really cool. We just talked about swimming because he knows that I just got back in the water and how much I've been looking forward to doing that. So just kind of like both as athletes, he gave me some tips on like getting back to, like, because he injured his hand last year, so he gave me some tips about that kind of stuff, like recovering from an injury. But it was cool to be out there with him. Yeah.
Again, Phoenix Children's Hospital, they do wonderful, amazing things there. You guys are proof of that for sure, as well as Be the Match, the donor registry for bone marrow. But anyway, Elizabeth is here hanging out too. I know you were really the leader for some young girls who might have been scared right in the hospital with you. Tell me a little bit about mentoring the young girls.
Well, I love my little cancer girls, like Elizabeth, and those little girls have helped me through some of the roughest times, seeing their strength and determination. You know, if they can do it, I certainly can do it, and yeah.
You guys are amazing. It truly is, hope for many, many other kids going through cancer and a story of survival. And I thank you guys so much for being here. It's so great to see you getting out here to the ballpark today.
Thank you.
Stephen Dwyer, we'll send it back to you.
And there's Goldie, right on cue, knocking one into the right field corner, his second double today. And Paul and his wife Amy, proud parents of new baby Jake, have just been tireless over their time here in the Valley with Phoenix Children's Hospital. Paul and Amy have done remarkable work, and that was a great example of what we rarely get to see.
Absolutely. Goldie and Amy do so much of it behind the scene. No cameras, no notebooks, no reporters, just out of the goodness of their heart, and it means so much to the kids, and it means a lot to the Goldschmidts as well.
And the Diamondbacks have dedicated September 12th to raising awareness and funds for pediatric cancer. The Diamondbacks Foundation, before the ball game today, presented a $100,000 check to Phoenix Children's Hospital, and all the funds designated to pediatric cancer programs. David Peralta. So a tremendous job by the Diamondbacks in association with Phoenix Children's Hospital. There's Diamondbacks President and CEO Derek Hall. $100,000 to PCH. This organization is so active in the community here. That's one thing that never ends. The baseball season has its ups and downs. It has its off season. It's quiet during the wintertime, but the Diamondbacks 12 months a year, 365 involved in their community, and that man has been the driving force behind that. 2-0 on Peralta. David grounded out his first time. A little roller up the first base line. Gonzalez is on it. And Bolsinger strands the 2-out double. We are through 3. D-backs trail the Dodgers 7-0. Will forever be known as the Kurt Neuenhuis game. This was July 12th. Ruby De La Rosa's last start before the All-Star break. Diamondbacks at Citi Field against the Mets. Neuenhuis hit 3 homers in that game, 2 of them off Ruby De La Rosa. And that was the shortest start of Ruby's career. He went only 3 2/3 in that ball game. Up until tonight, he lasted just 2+, and the Dodgers have a 7-0 lead. New pitcher for Arizona. The left-hander Keith Hessler is on to start the 4th.
Thought we might see a little bit more of Andrew Chafin in the ball game. We've talked about all the left-handed hitters in this Dodger lineup tonight, but trailing by 7 runs, Andrew Chafin's a valuable member of that bullpen and might be needed again tomorrow. So rather than extend Andrew Chafin, Chip's going to play some matchups here. Hopefully get some length out of Keith Hessler in the ball game tonight.
It'll be Utley, Gonzalez, and Turner, 2, 3, and 4 in the LA 4th. Chase Utley singled and scored a run his first time up. He's 1 for 2. Diamondbacks have the shift on. Nick Ahmed, the shortstop, all by himself on the left-hand side.
Chase Utley just kills me at the plate. I mean, it's almost like he's standing up there in the batter's box and somebody has to yell at him, hey, he's going to throw a pitch. He kind of got his hands off his bat. Sometimes he's waggling. Sometimes he's looking over to the dugout. Just as casual and calm and relaxed as he can possibly be. Takes that last waggle very, very late, but it has worked for him over the course of his career.
And you've mentioned recently that Utley has that quick choppy swing, and he sort of cuts the swing off. That you'd like to see maybe Jake Lamb do that a bit.
Well, we've seen Jake do that from time to time, and that's when he seems to really backspin the ball and get tremendous carry.
This was Chase Utley in the first.
Yeah, and it's not all the time, but yeah, right there, just a very quick, abbreviated, almost right after the point of contact, he stops his swing. And occasionally we've seen Jake Lamb do that. Mostly when he's really rolling at the plate is when you see Jake do it a lot.
A ball and 2 strikes. Yes, he went, says Alan Porter. A strikeout for Hessler, 1 down in the 4th.
Maybe a little too quick this time. Yeah, he definitely got that bat head out there. Nice job by Wellington Castillo. You notice he tagged Chase Utley first and then asked for the appeal down to the third base umpire.
Don't get in a debate while the guy's running to the bag.
Go ahead and tag him just in case they do call it a swing.
They keep the shift on for Gonzalez, who homered his last time up. Hits away from it. It bounces in front of Ahmed. Nick has time to recover. Gonzalez, a very slow runner. And quickly 2 down for Hessler.
A nice job there by Nick of knowing who's running down that first baseline. He's the only defender on that left side of the infield, and once he mishandled that, it would have been very easy to go into panic mode. But with Adrian Gonzalez running, he realized he still had plenty of time, scoops it up, and the throw on the run to Goldie in plenty of time.
We talked about pitch framing earlier. Nick Ahmed, the Diamondbacks shortstop, among the major league leaders at any position in defensive runs saved, if you're into your defensive metrics. Somebody lost a ball down there by the Diamondback dugout. Alan Porter will help out. And here's Justin Turner, who singled and scored his last time up. He's 1 for 2. Turner was having a sensational summer. .335 over both June and July. That was a 2-month stretch where he was one of the best hitters in the league. But then last week of July had that staph infection. And it really got dangerous and painful, he said. They had to shut him down for 2 weeks, and he's not been the same guy since. Came off the DL middle of August. He's hit about $170 over the last month.
I never noticed this before this at bat, but Justin Turner's hair and beard almost matched the pine tar on his bat.
You think that's by design?
Color coordinated.
Well, LA is a very trendy place.
Well, to the best of my knowledge, pine tar doesn't come in colors, but it's remarkably close.
Now you've started something.
Uh-oh.
I'd like the pink pine tar, please. I'd like neon green. Why didn't we think of that before? 3-2. Notice a lot of guys put the pine tar, Bob, in the middle of the bat. You'd think it'd be down on the handle, but most guys, it seemed, put it right around that trademark.
Yeah, and then they go to it. They'll put the batting gloves up there where the pine tar is in the middle of the bat. Get a little, stick them on their fingers or in the palm or on the heel of their hand, wherever they need that grip. And try to keep the handle as free of pine tar as you possibly can.
Well, Hessler got 2 quick outs, but he loses Turner a 2-out walk, and here's Andre Ethier.
Right fielder Andre Ethier.
Ethier has singled and doubled, 2 for 2. He's got an RBI. He's scored a run. Chase Field, downtown Phoenix. Welcoming all those of you watching on Fox Sports 1 and Fox Sports Arizona. Andre Ethier, more playing time this year. They're still without Yasiel Puig. Not sure if he's going to make it back in time for the postseason. Puig has not played since August 27th, the right hamstring strain. He's been rehabbing here in Arizona all week long. Crawford missed 75 games. They've really had injury issues in the outfield, but Ethier has been the steady Eddie there. Right back to Hessler. Who strands the 2-out walk. Bottom 4 on the way. Diamondbacks trail the Dodgers 7-0. Sports Live on Fox Sports 1. Complete highlights and analysis of everything that happened in Major League Baseball today. Plus the latest from the NFL and the world of sports. It's Fox Sports Live tonight on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. But Pennington hit a big home run for the Blue Jays in their doubleheader at Yankee Stadium and made a spectacular defensive play. And Toronto beating up on the Yankees. Wellington Castillo leads off the Diamondback fourth against former D-back Mike Bolsinger. Well, he singled his first time up. Boy, the Blue Jays, tell you what, they may never lose again. They won the first game of that double dip in the Bronx 9-5 in extra innings. They won in 11. They lead game 2 10-4 in the 8th inning. They can just mash.
Well, it's getting to be that time of year, partner. Looking on the stat sheet, the major league standings. Teams are starting to get X's next to their names, which means eliminated.
I don't like that.
No. So far, nobody in the American League, but in the National League, the Braves and the Phillies have both been officially mathematically eliminated, along with the Milwaukee Brewers and the Cincinnati Reds.
Well, the Blue Jays got terrible news. I was watching that game earlier today. Troy Tulowitzki, somebody hit a sort of a pop fly to shallow center. Tulo backed up, and some of the outfielders came in and they collided, and Tulo stood there for a moment, almost stunned, and then dropped to the ground like a rock. And he has got a cracked shoulder blade.
Oh, jeez.
He is out indefinitely. That is devastating news for the Blue Jays today. It was a very odd play. You thought maybe he got the wind knocked out of him. He was down for a while. Didn't move. Came off the field with kind of a stunned look on his face. And that is the worst news for the Blue Jays, who have just been rolling lately. And what a difference he's made. You look at the trade deadline, BB, you'd have to say Yoenis Cespedes to the Mets, the biggest trade deadline move in the National League, and Tulo and Price to the Blue Jays in the AL.
If there's any question about it.
Third baseman, Jake.
Picked up a legitimate #1 starting pitcher and a guy that's been a perennial all-star at his position in the National League and a power hitter for years.
That just changed the clubhouse. Imagine you're in Toronto. You haven't really won anything in a while. It's kind of been going along the last several years, and suddenly in walks Troy Tulowitzki, and a week or two later into the clubhouse walks David Price, and suddenly everything changes. And in the meantime, Edwin Encarnacion hits a home run every other at bat, it seems like.
And every time he does, Josh Donaldson follows suit.
Donaldson might win the MVP. Jake Lamb walked his first 10. Base hit for Jake. Shoots it the other way into left. First two have reached in the Arizona fourth.
We saw Chase Utley in that abbreviated follow through on his swing in his last at bat. Jake Lamb maybe a little bit longer, but really cuts it off a lot quicker than most hitters.
Well, the Diamondbacks had runners on first and second, nobody out in the second inning, and could not get a run across. Let's see if they do any better here. Last time it was Chris Owings who hit into a 6-4-3 double play in that second. And here's CO again in the fourth.
Chris going with the knock socks tonight.
He's had a lot of knocks lately. Last 10 games, he's hitting better than .340 with 4 extra base hits. One and one. Wellington Castillo, the runner at second, Jake Lamb at first. Base hit. Andy Green will stop Beef Wellington, and the Diamondbacks have the bases loaded with nobody out. Driving the bus. The 5th hit for the D-backs.
Shortstop, Nick Ahmed.
Very abbreviated stride that time by CO, trying to keep his feet underneath him there, get ready for that off-speed pitch, and rips it into left field. And as that ball was rolling out into left field, some bodies started to move around in that Dodger bullpen down the right field line.
Well, they got enough of them down there here in September. Bases loaded, nobody out for Nick Ahmed. Nick walked his first time up. He homered here last night. Pitcher spot is due up next, and Peter O'Brien, the slugging, power-hitting catcher and outfield prospect, is on deck. He had a base hit in his first major league at bat last night. There's the strike 0-1. There's Peter O'Brien. 1 for 1 in his big league career so far. Nick 4 for 4 last night, a homer, 2 doubles. He's homered twice in his last 4 games. Chance to get the Diamondbacks right back in this thing with 1 swing. Way upstairs, a ball and 2 strikes.
Hey fans, when the D-backs win, you win at Papa John's. The day after every Diamondbacks win, you get 50% off your regular menu price online order at Papa John's. Enter promo code D-backs50 at papajohns.com.
Fly ball, right center field. Peterson calls off Ethier. Castillo will come home from third. The throw is into third, and the Diamondbacks are on the board. It's 7-1, the RBI for Ahmed.
Comeback has to start somewhere, and tonight it's a sac fly to center field by Nick Ahmed, driving home Wellington Castillo. Well, one thing we know about this Diamondbacks ball club, they don't know when to quit.
Well, Peter O'Brien played his entire season at AAA Reno this year. One of the best power hitters in the Coast League. 284, 26 homers. He had 107 RBIs in just over 130 games. An RBI single last night in his first big league at bat. There is a ton of raw power here in this 25-year-old. This was Peter O'Brien's first career at bat in the major leagues.
Oh, really went down and got it. Backspin that ball up the middle of the field.
92 home runs over parts of 4 minor league seasons, including 34 last year. And he's been one of the minor league's most destructive hitters the last several seasons. Acquired from the Yankees in the Martin Prado deal. 0-1. That rolls away from Grandal, and everybody moves up. Wild pitch charge to Bolsinger.
I'm really surprised that Mike Bolsinger doesn't have more wild pitches, given the fact he relies so heavily on that big curveball. That's only his 4th this season.
Two and one. Went inside, didn't get the call from Brian O'Nora. Big crowd on a Saturday night in downtown Phoenix, Arizona. Steve Berthew, Bob Brenly, and Joni Jackson with you. Diamondbacks down 7-1, trying to get right back in this thing. Base hit. Lamb scores. They're going to stop CO at third. It's a 7-2 ball game. Peter O'Brien, 2 career at bats, 2 RBI singles.
Peter O'Brien, the all-time leading hitter in Major League Baseball history right now, batting 1,000. It's a hard ground ball that makes its way through that left side of the infield. Under normal circumstances, I think Andy Green would have sent Chris Owings. Carl Crawford does not throw well at all in left field, but an opportunity possibly for a big crooked number here. So a little more cautious with that runner at third base.
Well, the first 2 in the inning reached for the Diamondbacks. Both have scored. And the threat continues. It's Owings at third, O'Brien at first, still only 1 out. And here's the leadoff man, A.J. Pollock. A.J. so far 0 for 2. He is twice flat out. Fly ball, right field. Ethier. Here comes Owings. RBI for A.J. 7-3 ball game. Ciarte now. Ender 0 for 2. He has struck out and flied out. Turner in at third. Ender always a threat to bunt for a base hit. And really swinging the bat well right now. He's hitting about .320 since the middle of last month.
And usually when we see a third baseman draw in as far as Turner is against Ender Inciarte, that's when he looks for something out over the plate and tries to slap it the other way, try to drive it right by Turner.
In there for a strike, 0-1. Got that spinner, left it up, but got the strike call. Inside again, he slaps it over the head of Turner, a fair ball. O'Brien will head for third. And Ender's in there at second, a hustle double.
gives it to Turner, drawn in at third. Ender just pounds one off that hard dirt in front of home plate over the head of Justin Turner down into the left field corner. And pretty aggressive base running by Peter O'Brien right there. Long striding into third base. Crawford ends up throwing to second, but Enciarte beats that throw easily.
Well, now you've got 2 on and 2 out. Goldie at the plate, first base open. He is 2 for 2 with a pair of doubles. And Turner's going to have a conference here coming in from third. Dodger bench wants the game brought to a halt while they sort this out. Rick Honeycutt getting ready for a visit. And here he comes. Bullpen busy. Johnson the right-hander, Howell the lefty. You've got first base open. Goldie up. Peralta the left-hand hitter on deck. But at this point, with the way Peralta's hitting, it's pick your poison.
Everybody clap your hands.
Dodgers got 2 in the first. Crawford a leadoff homer. They added one more to Seager RBI single. Then LA exploded for a 5-run third as they chased Ruby De La Rosa. Homers from Gonzalez and Peterson. With the Diamondbacks down 7-zip. Have chipped away for 3 here in the fourth and counting. Big crowd here in downtown Phoenix, better than 42,000. Goldie 2 for 2.
Both hits doubles down the right field line on pitches outer third of the plate or even farther away. See if Bolsinger perhaps tries to come inside early in the at-bat.
Please.
Yep, going right back out there again.
Yeah, if I'm Don Mattingly, I like Howell versus Peralta a lot better than Bolsinger versus Goldie. And they're not going to mess around anymore. Diamondbacks will have the bases loaded with 2 outs for David Peralta. One of the hottest hitters in baseball since the All-Star break. That's the 4th walk issued by Mike Bolsinger. The first intentional free pass, and we'll see how Don Mattingly wants to play this one. Peralta, the 9th man to hit in the Arizona 4th. Lorenzo Bundy. Mattingly's trying to buy some more time, and here he comes. And he wants J.P. Howell to face David Peralta. Bolsinger 80 pitches, 46 strikes. He will leave with the bases full in what is now a 7-3 ball game. Diamondbacks threatening more. Back after this. In part by your Valley Honda dealer, where you'll get more standard features for less money. CenturyLink, your link to what's next. And by Mix One, great taste, no face, available at local retailers. Diamondbacks were down 7-0 at 7-3. Fourth inning, bases full, 2 outs. David Peralta will face the new LA pitcher. It's the lefty J.P. Howell, who inherits a real mess here. Mattingly gave Goldie the free pass to get this lefty-lefty matchup. Howell, his 57th appearance, an outstanding 1.59 ERA. Left-hand batters are batting .230 against him this year. Peralta much improved this season versus left-hand pitching. Short fly, left center. And Carl Crawford runs it down. Diamondbacks leave them loaded, but they get 3. Peter O'Brien, his second major league at bat, another RBI single. And through 4 at Chase Field at 7-3 Los Angeles. Diamondbacks is with MLB.com at bat. It's the #1 app for live baseball. You'll enjoy live look-ins, highlights, replay reviews, scores, statcast, live radio broadcasts, and a whole lot more. You can get the MLB.com at bat app right now. New pitcher for the Diamondbacks as we start the 5th inning. The right-hander Josh Pullman to the pride of Homer, Michigan. In what is now a 7-3 ball game. Corey Seager, Yasmani Grandal, Jock Peterson, 6, 7, 8 due up in the Dodger 5th. D-backs have been out hit 10-7. They trail at 7-3. Ryan Honora wants the baseball. It's White.
That used to be a regular occurrence back in the day when a baseball actually used to stay in the game for more than 1 or 2 pitches. Just take a look. That ball's doing some funny things. There might be a scuff. There might be a cut.
But he hasn't thrown a pitch yet.
Sometimes what will happen is after you throw your last warm-up pitch between innings and the catcher throws the ball down to second base, that one will skip in the dirt, sometimes intentionally.
Just by accident, probably a poor throw from the catcher.
Can't get away with stuff like that anymore. I mean, the lifespan of a Major League Baseball can't be more than 5 or 6 pitches.
Gotta be.
Yeah.
And every foul ball gets certified now. Got to put a stamp on it. There's a high foul ball. Left field line, a long run for Jake Lamb. Peralta's there, and he's a little angry with a fan who took it away. A Diamondback fan reaching over and taking the ball away from David Peralta. And Corey Seager is still alive up there. David, you can understand why he's upset. It looks like he had a shot at this one. Yep.
Why is that not fan interference?
Should be.
Didn't give anybody an opportunity to make the play. The fan reached out over into the field to play.
Well, everybody has a Bartman moment, and that was one. And now it just got a whole lot more painful. Corey Seager, his first major league homer. And what a way to get it. The rookie shortstop, 3 for 3, and he's got career home run number 1. And he should have been out.
Yeah. That's too bad. Silent treatment.
That's the Dodgers' 4th homer tonight. Still nothing for the 21-year-old shortstop, Yasmani Grandal. And there it is.
Dodgers still use that bubble machine at Dodger Stadium after guys score or hit homers. You know, I know they got a memo not to do it anymore, but they continued anyway. But I haven't seen it lately.
I think it's been replaced by the rally banana. And there's your Bartman. Here's our Bartman. Gentleman in the gray T-shirt with the D-backs cap. Might have to get him a Dodger cap after that one. 1-2. Well, let's not be too hard on him, but that one hurt. We all have our moments. Grandal strikes out.
Josh Cole-Mentor changeup. 76 miles per hour down there at the bottom of the strike zone. We get a lot of swings and misses at that pitch.
Jock Peterson. He homered his last time up. He's 2 for 2. Home runs tonight by Crawford, Gonzalez, Peterson, and now Seager.
Yeah, I knew that ball was going to get thrown out of the game. Technically, you're not supposed to touch the baseball with your batting gloves. As we were talking earlier, you got pine tar and stuff on the gloves, and as innocent as it was, Jock Peterson just bent over and picked the ball up and handed it to Brian O'Nora, but it's got to go.
Just trying to be helpful. Shift is on for the Diamondbacks. Another big loopy swing by Jock Peterson. As we look at the D-backs defensively, Director of Analytics, Dr. Ed Lewis, upstairs here with us. And Andy Green, the third base coach, is the one that employs the defensive shifts for the Diamondbacks when he's in the dugout. The Diamondbacks are in the field. There was a great piece, actually, FoxSports.com, written by Ken Rosenthal the other day, that pointed out the Diamondbacks do a lot of defensive shifting. They are among the major league leaders, in fact. You can read that at FoxSports.com. Ken Rosenthal. A ball and 2 strikes on Jock Peterson. Stays alive. That's been a recurring theme in this inning.
Yeah.
Well, he just picked up another baseball.
Yeah, that's got to go. Big slow curve that time by Josh Cole-Mentor. Just does get a piece to stay alive.
Well, Corey Seager just 21. Jock Peterson just 23. A little down, then it's short. Good time to get Peterson, who runs well. Jock Peterson 3 for 3.
Well, we know Josh Colmentor throws a lot of changeups. That time Jock Peterson hit a changeup. Took a full swing and hit a little humpback liner to the left side of the infield that actually checked up when it hit the dirt. By the time Nick got to it, no chance for a play at first.
Pitcher spot is up for LA, and Chris Heisey will take the at bat. He'll hit for Howell. And Carl Crawford, the leadoff man, is due up next, but we've got another rookie in the on-deck circle. Scott Schebler, it looks like, will hit for Crawford. As Don Mattingly going to start getting some reserves in. Maybe Crawford, who's had an injury-plagued season, has something wrong. In any case, it's Heisey at the plate and Schebler on deck.
It's not unusual for Crawford to come out of the game for defense when the Dodgers have a lead late in the ball game, but it is kind of unusual to see a pinch hitter take his at bat.
Crawford did miss their game Wednesday with back stiffness, so something might have flared up on him. Well, here's the veteran Heisey. 147 on the year, only one extra base hit. He started the ball game in center field last night, went 1 for 4. Boy, Brian O'Nora tonight, anything close and it's a strike.
Especially down there at the bottom of the zone.
Swing the bat. Well, he couldn't find it there for a minute. Well, Heisey did a great job there, Bob, just standing like a statue, knowing that Castillo would have to go around him to get the baseball.
Yeah, you're entitled to your spot in the batter's box. You do not have to move out of the way of the catcher when he's chasing a ball that's hit in the dirt. And Heisey just locked his knees out and stayed right there where he was.
Like he was setting a pick. 2 balls and a strike. The fly ball to right center. AJ Pollock. Hey fans, now is the time. Tweet us your strongest fan photo. Use the hashtag AZDataStrongFan on the Twitter with the hashtag of the whole thing, and you might see yourself in an upcoming D-backs broadcast brought to you by T-Mobile. So Heisey is retired for the second out. And here's the rookie, Scott Schebler. So Schebler last night, he was 0 for 3. Just 7 big league games. And he will hit for Crawford. Jim Johnson, the veteran right-hander, saw him in the ball game last night. He worked 1 inning for 21 pitches. Runner 1. Schebler has played almost all of this year in AAA at Oklahoma City. 5 for 17 at the big league level this year. Does have 2 homers. The fist, a little shallow blooper. And Segarte in right. Well, Corey Seager leads off the inning with a Bartman moment. A home run for Seager, and it's 8-3 Los Angeles.
Take a look at our Geico this day in Major League Baseball history. His number is retired here at Chase Field. Luis Gonzalez on September 12, 2006, at 39 years and 9 days old, becomes the oldest player to ever hit 50 doubles in a Major League season.
Gonzo filled in on the call this week in the Giants series while you were playing ground in Chicago. Yeah. Always great to have him with us. And great to have you with us, both on Fox Sports Arizona and Fox Sports 1 right now. Steve Berthune, Bob Brenly, and Jody Jackson here. In an 8-3 ball game as we open up the bottom of the 5th. Wellington Castillo has singled, walked, and scored a run. New pitcher for the Dodgers, the veteran righty Jim Johnson. Johnson came on to start the 4th inning last night. This is his 66th appearance. So that dude with the big glove over there, it's a good thing he wasn't along the left field line on that fly ball that Seager hit.
Well, maybe if Ender had that glove in right field, he'd be able to climb the fence and take the home run away.
The way Ender can climb, you bet. He can get up there. He's ready. Scott Schebler, who hit for Crawford, stays in the game and takes over in left. He'll bat leadoff. Right center. Here comes Ethier. One down. Jake Lamb. Jake has walked in single. He scored a run back in the 4th. Well, Brian Honora really inspecting these baseballs. Somebody sent out a memo that we don't know of from the league office. They checked the baseballs because Brian Honora. It's like umpire CSI back there. There's the strike on 1. D-backs infield crowded these days. A lot of options. Many of them young players still developing. Just arriving on the big league level. Chip Hale said not too long ago that the Diamondbacks talked to other teams about possible trades. Jake Lamb's name is always mentioned by other teams. A lot of other clubs have interest in this young man. He wins, says Alan Porter. There's the strikeout for Johnson. 2 down. Of course, you can buy one that's certified here, game used, right in the ballpark at Chase Field. Tells you, who hit the ball, what the situation was. I've noticed that, it's like you hit a double, it's like $75. You hit a triple, it's $150. Every 90 feet, it goes up $50. You got bats in there, helmets, uniforms. All authenticated, all game used. You can buy it right here at the ballpark. Chris Owings. Ethier in right. He's there. Johnson works a 1-2-3 fifth. Diamondbacks trail at 8-3. Hit by Didi Gregorius. Watch Tulo there drift out into center. Kevin Pillar comes charging in, and you see Tulo go right down. It's a cracked shoulder blade for Troy Tulowitzki, and he is out indefinitely. A crushing blow for the Blue Jays, who swept a doubleheader today at Yankee Stadium. Also, Drew Storn, who was hit hard in that series at Nats Park against the Mets earlier this week, out for the rest of the year. He broke his thumb slamming his locker door shut.
Yikes.
They're slamming it against the locker. And so things continue to go from worse to terrible in Washington, where they have completely collapsed.
That's something that most pitchers are very careful about. Even when they have a temper tantrum or a meltdown or a snap, they usually use their offhand. They don't use their throwing hand. I mean, we see it even when we travel. Pitchers carry their carry-on luggage in their off arm. They don't want to do anything to endanger that throwing instrument.
You know, it was Drew Storn who gave up Tuesday night that 2-out bases loaded double to Yoenis Cespedes, then walked in the tying run in what turned out to be an 8-7 Mets come from behind win. They were down 7-1 in that ball game, and then the next night Storn hung one, and Cespedes hit it about 600 feet for a homer, and the Mets came back to win that one as well. Chase Utley leads off the sixth by flying out to A.J. Pollock, one down. Hey, D-backs fans, excited to introduce new Diet Pepsi. Same crisp and refreshing flavor you love, now aspartame free. Pick up some today at your local retailer. Adrian Gonzalez. D-backs fans trying to find something to smile about here tonight. Little check swing, a roller. Ahmed has to charge. Plenty of time to get Gonzalez. And he throws him out. The second time in 2 at-bats that Nick had to make a tough play to get Gonzalez on a weird slow roll over there at shortstop away from the shift.
Yeah, another little change up hit to the left side right here. Kind of a half check swing. A little grounder to the left side. And Nick does that as good as anybody in the game. Scoop and throw. No wasted motion. No extra steps.
If you have not seen Nick Ahmed play shortstop this year, there are few better defensively. He is special. Justin Turner. Turner has singled and walked, and he's 1 for 2. He scored a run. A.J. Pollock shaded over toward the pool in right center. A lot of room in left center for Turner. He's at 285 and 15 homers. Proud to have all the gold Diamondback jerseys with us here tonight as the D-backs go gold for childhood cancer tonight. A terrific effort by the Diamondbacks in coordination with Phoenix Children's Hospital. The D-backs have dedicated today for raising awareness and funds for pediatric cancer. The Diamondbacks Foundation before the ball game today presented a check for $100,000 to Phoenix Children's Hospital. Jake Lamb at third. Backs up Goldie, who keeps the foot on the bag, and they throw out Turner. A 1-2-3-6. Diamondbacks down 8-3.
last night against the Dodgers, and I asked hitting coach Turner Ward about the night. Was it just really positive reinforcement for what Nick has been working on to try to get out of the slump? And he said, look, he's been having good at-bats going back to the Cubs series at Wrigley Field, but he said he will stay until midnight some nights if he's trying to work something out. He's been trying to hit the ball, guys, as you know, more on the ground and not hit so many fly balls. And, you know, with Nick, I asked him last night, is it just crazy how it comes and goes? He was having a very good stretch for about 2 months this season. He said, absolutely. It's like you can get in a groove at the plate, and then other times you lose it. And right now, guys, he's trying to carry over that 4-hit night.
It sure has been working this month, Jody. He'll face the new Dodger pitcher here as we start the home half of the 6th. It's the former Colorado Rocky, Juan Nicasio. He's had a pretty good year in that LA bullpen, an ERA just under 3.3, his 46th appearance. Nick so far has walked and hit an RBI sac fly, so this is his first at bat. Really finishing strong, 4 for 4 last night. And having a terrific month of September. Ahmed is hitting .435 in September. He's got 4 doubles, 2 triples, and 2 home runs. A triple shy of the cycle last night. Chip Hale was asked about that. He said Nick has really worked so hard on certain fundamentals. Mostly that front foot, getting that foot down earlier, Chip said, and it's really paid off. A lot more confidence both against right-handers and left-handers, which is great to see. But he's down 0-2. Reaches out and rolls it over the glove of Nicasio. Utley is there, and that's the first out. Hey fans, now it's time, as promised earlier, the AZ Data Strong fan photo. There's the rally banana out by the pool. Brought to you by T-Mobile. There's Joe at a Mobile Bay Bears game.
Oh, Robbie Hammock, skipper.
Good work, Joe. Pitcher spot is up for the Diamondbacks, and here is the rookie Socrates Brito. Brito 2 for 4, couple of singles to begin his big league career. Very good year, speaking of the Bay Bears, at AA Mobile, playing for Robbie Hammock down there. Had 15 triples at Mobile. And Socrates split his time starting at all 3 outfield spots at AA. More right field and center, but a fair amount of left field as well. Saw him get a start in right field the other night here. This was Tuesday and his first big league at bat. It's been a good week for this. First Socrates, and then later in the week, Peter O'Brien last night. Using that athleticism and speed, his first major league hit, coming off Tim Hudson.
Not a bad guy to get your first major league hit against. Probably not the one Socrates Brito dreamed about as a child, but hey, an infield hit, you got to get started somehow.
Well, all they'll know is I singled off Tim Hudson in my first big league at bat. That's all you need to know.
Passing time, it will turn into a line drive.
A rocket right in the gap. Reaches down and hits that one right in front of Dave McKay, and Gary Schiffman is on it. That's pitch number 4 that was called a strike by Brian O'Nora. How do you know what to swing at? Shortstop. 2 down. Well, A.J. Pollock Look, the Ram Trucks downtown pool area during batting practice. I'm not sure if AJ had anything to do with this or not, but the Diamondbacks were hitting right in the final minutes of the Notre Dame game. They were playing at Scott Stadium in Charlottesville against UVA, and won on a last-second touchdown pass. But AJ, the Golden Domer, was taking BP while the game was on the DBTV board. Probably just a coincidence.
Just a coincidence, I'm sure.
Drives that to the right center field gap. It's headed toward the pool, and it's off the wall. There's one for the Irish, his 33rd double.
Good to see AJ finally getting some results. He's been driving the ball to the opposite field throughout the game. Flied out to center in the first, flied out to right in the third, a sac fly to right in the fourth, and now it's his first hit of the game, a capper to right center.
He's at second with 2 outs for Ender Inciarte. Ender doubled his last time up. He's 1 for 3. That's the view from where A.J. Pollock just hit the baseball. Right out by the pool. Diamondbacks trail at 8-3. They have stranded 7 runners tonight. There goes A.J. What a jump. Holy Toledo. He was at third by the time Grandal had the ball behind the plate. His 34th stolen base.
Talk about a running start, and then the compound matters. You got Justin Turner playing in to protect against a bunt. He's trying to backpedal to the base. No play whatsoever for Grandal that time.
Pitch was a strike. It's 0-1 on Ender. Oh, 1-2. Brian Honora back there. Looks like a pretty good pitch from Nicasio, though.
Right there at the bottom of the zone. Should be a fastball up. You saw Grandal right at the very end give the signal, throw it up in the zone. Exactly what Nicasio does. You would never ask for an off-speed pitch, a changeup, or a curveball up in the zone. So anytime you see the catcher give that sign, palms up, it's going to be a fastball.
Nobody ever calls for the hanging nothing ball.
Yeah. Throw me that curveball up here, let her high.
Put it right at the belt.
Here we go again. Fastball up.
One and two.
They're not biting. Fastball in. See that pinky finger slide out there.
He sets up inside. Missed with it at 95, and Ender's back even. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ender coming off back-to-back 3-hit games. Wednesday against the Giants, and then last night against the Dodgers. 2 balls and 2 strikes, 2 outs. He's got A.J. Pollock at third.
Shook off the fastball in and away. Wants to throw a slider here.
Base hit. There comes Pollock. It's 8-4. RBI single for Ender Inciarte. He's 2 for 4. That was a really good at bat by Ender that time.
Followed the entire at bat, and you can see Nicasio consistently hitting his spots. Fastballs up, fastballs in, but shook off his catcher twice to throw that off-speed pitch right in the middle of the plate, and Ender made him pay.
Don't think you can only hurt the ball club.
That's right. Let the catcher do the thing.
Chance now for Goldie, who has doubled twice. He's been intentionally walked. benches were worn very early in the ball game by the plate umpire and crew chief Brian Onora after Ruby De La Rosa threw a pitch up and in near Corey Seager. Dodger bullpen is busy again. Luis Avilan, the lefty. Peralta on deck. He'll slow things down here. He looks like he's ready. The last time they walked Goldie with a big threat, first base was open though. They brought in the lefty to face Peralta. Don't have that luxury here.
2-0 slider upcoming.
Buckled him that time, 2-1. Cell phone lights are on here. Two and two.
Frustration there. Goldie talking to himself after swinging through that fastball.
Full count. Ender will be off from first on the pitch. 3-2, 2 outs. A run in. Gonzalez plays behind the runner at first. Very close to the line. There goes Inciarte. Goldie fouls it off. Andy Green at third. Big crowd here tonight in downtown Phoenix, more than 42,000. Diamondbacks have been chipping away ever since they were down 7-0 after the top of the third. There goes Ender. Goldie hammers it. Foul down the left field line. Oh, that one really ate up Ernie Ned down there. Ernie, that was coming right at you. Here's a look at Ernie Ned, our Golden Glover.
Get out of there, Ernie. Look out.
Whoa. Got the carom that time. One more time on 3-2. Ender takes off again. Goldie strikes out. But the Diamondbacks get one back on the Inciarte single through 6. They trail at 8-4. By Papa Murphy's, love at 425 degrees. And by Phoenix International Raceway. Join PIR on November 15th for NASCAR. Visit us at phoenixraceway.com and get your tickets now. Chase Field, Diamondbacks and the Dodgers. D-backs trail at 8-4 as we start the 7th. New pitcher out there in the Saturday Blacks for the Diamondbacks, the lefty Matt Reynolds.
10th appearance of the season for Matt Reynolds. You see his numbers on the season. He'll face a couple of lefties to start the inning. Andre Ethier, Corey Seager, and then the switch hitter Yasmani Grandal, followed by another lefty, Jock Peterson.
D-backs have been out hit 12-9. They trail at 8-4. Ethier has singled, doubled, and scored a run. He's got an RBI. He's 2 for 3. Ethier only 36 at bats against lefties this year. .222 batting average.
You were talking about the foul ball that got Yasmani Grandal earlier this year in the left shoulder. That looked like a very similar foul ball right here to Wellington Castillo. This falls right up that left arm. Looked like it caught him on the bottom of the mask at the very tail end of it.
Flapping that wing. Dodgers open up today, leading the Giants by 7.5 games atop the National League West. They lead this one 8-4. Giants right now hosting San Diego and beating up on the Padres behind Mad Bum 7-0. They're in the 6th inning at AT&T Park. Tom Mattingly's club 20 over 500 coming into tonight. 80-60 as Reynolds strikes out Ethier.
Sometimes a pitch is so bad it's good. That's a hanging breaking ball up there at the top of the strike zone.
We were just saying no one ever throws one up there like that on purpose.
Not on purpose, but it worked that time.
Well, here's Corey Seager, and what a start to his career. A highly anticipated career it's been. He's 3 for 3. All 3 hits for RBIs, 2 singles and a home run. A home run is last at bat, leading off the 5th against Josh Comenter. His first career homer coming immediately after a Diamondback fan reached out and snagged a foul ball away from David Peralta that would have retired Seager. Instead, Seager's at bat continued, and he slammed the next pitch for a homer.
I've noticed about Seager in this series, of course, first look I've really had at him, he soft eyes. Hitters talk about soft eyes.
Never heard of that. What's that?
I've talked about it in different terms before, but you don't really stare at the pitcher. You don't stand in the batter's box and just stare. You have to kind of see everything. See the pitcher, see the center fielder, see the middle infielders. Nice soft eyes, and as that pitcher gets close to his point of release, it's like a camera focusing in quickly on that release point. And Seager seems to have some very soft eyes as he's setting up in that batter's box, but his focus has been really good tonight.
He was on base all night long last night, a single and 3 walks. He's reached safely in all 4 plate appearances tonight. 2 singles, a homer, and a base on balls. And here's Yasmani Grandal. Grandal 0 for 3. He struck out twice. Grandal, talk about switch hitting. He's a switch hitting catcher. Batted left-handed his first time up against Ruby. Batted right-handed his second time up against Chafin. Batted left-handed his third time up against Colementor. And now he's back there in the right-hand batter's box in AB number 4 against the lefty Reynolds. 0-2.
All that military hitting.
Right, left, right, left. Well, it is Marine Week here in Phoenix.
Yes, indeed.
He's got all his power from the other side of the plate, Yasmani Grandal. 313 from the right-hand side. All 15 of his homers, though, have come as a left-hand hitter. 2-2. Three and two. Back-to-back 3-2 counts for Reynolds.
Didn't get the call, but that's a great location for that pitch. Just may have nipped that outside corner of the plate.
It's kind of been a strike all night.
Yeah.
Missed again. Back-to-back walks. Well, Matt made some pretty good pitches in that at bat. Jock Peterson 3 for 3, 2 singles and a homer. You got Seager at second, Grandal at first, 1 out. Peterson up, pitcher's spot 2 up next, and Justin Ruggiano is in the on-deck circle. Peterson in the third. Andrew Chafin left it up, and Peterson jacked it out of here, his 25th. Oh, 2.
We talked about Jock Peterson and his campaign to win the National League Rookie of the Year. How about this? All-time National League rookie rankings. Chris Bryant 15th best with his 19.96 at bats per homer. Jock Peterson 9th best all time, but both of them among the worst in strikeouts per plate appearance.
Well, add one to the list. First base occupied. That's an automatic strikeout. The second in the inning for Matt Reynolds. And that's 2 down.
Pitch hitting for Juan Nicasio, number 27.
So they announced Justin Ruggiano as the hitter for Nicasio. Ruggiano 247 on the year and 5 homers. Those are his numbers with the Dodgers. He's been very productive. And of course, it was Ruggiano who hit the 9th inning grand slam off Alan Webster here last night. This made it a 12-4 final score. So he's done very well. 6 games with the Dodgers, 3 homers, 10 RBIs. Acquired from Seattle August 31st. Former Miami Marlin and Chicago Cub. Castillo lost sight of it, and Seager moves up. Grandal behind him. Well, he couldn't find it there. And now it's second and third with 2 outs.
Hit him in a bad spot, right in the glove. Hit down near the heel, where you don't have as much feeling in that catcher's mitt. And well, he wasn't sure where it went immediately. By the time he recovers, both Dodgers have advanced.
Chip Hale, this matchup may be making him a little nervous. Don't see anyone warming up in the Diamondback bullpen. Crickets down there.
It seems like most of what Chip is saying was directed initially at Wellington Castillo.
Diamondback Live postgame show. Joe Borowski and Todd Walsh follows our ball game. Seager at third, Grandal at second, 2 outs, 0-1 on Justin Ruggiano.
Wellington Castillo has not given a sign for the last 2 pitches, which tells me Chip Hale probably went out there and said, throw him all off speed. We don't care if we walk him here. There's a base open, a left-handed hitter in the on-deck circle. Wellington didn't even hang a sign for the last 2 pitches.
The rookie Scott Schebler, a left-hand hitter, is on deck. Came in for Carl Crawford. And Matt Reynolds strikes out Ruggiano. Great speech by the skipper, Chip Hale. As they strand 2, it's 8-4.
When you become a D-back season ticket holder, choose from full, half, series, or weekend plans. Season ticket holders enjoy unique benefits, access to exclusive events, flexible payment plans, and much, much more. View the 2016 schedule and get tickets online now at dbacks.com or call 602-514-8400.
D-backs Team Shop here at the ballpark. Every logo, every color scheme, every item you can imagine on sale here. Here's your beloved purple. Sedona red, the Saturday black, the whole thing. Steve Berthume, Bob Brenly, and Jody Jackson here, set for the bottom of the 7th. Diamondbacks trail at 8-4. New pitcher for LA. It's the left-hander, Luis Aberla.
Reminds me, I need to hit the Team Shop. I had to retire one of my D-backs hats.
What happened?
I've had it for a couple of years. It's a white one, the sweat stains. It's been washed so many times.
You didn't take it fishing, did you?
No.
How about that one? That's perfect.
Yeah,
You can pull that.
Maybe the one next to it. Yeah, there you go.
47 brand right here.
Put it on Bert's account.
Yeah, well, thumbs up on that. I bought them out last week. Got a bunch of T-shirts.
Tell you, never too early to start shopping for Christmas gifts. If you've got D-backs fans on your list, this is the place to be.
David Peralta 0 for 3 leads off the 7th. David hitless so far. He's got an 8-game hitting streak going. Oh, and 2. David batting .250 against left-hand pitching this year. That's in 68 at bats. A tremendous improvement over last year when he was at 197 versus lefties. Two balls and 2 strikes. Peralta, Castillo, and Jake Lamb 4, 5, and 6 here in the Diamondbacks 7th. High fly ball, right field, way back and gone. David Peralta, that's his 15th, making a 9-game hitting streak. And Bob Bradley, you hungry?
Always.
Tacos. A home run for Peralta off the lefty. And it's a 3-run ball game. Chipping away here, and we got Taco.
Oh, what a nice mid-swing adjustment right there. A hanging breaking ball for David. Got out on that front foot, but kept his hands back. Read the pitch and just absolutely mashed it to right field.
Luis Avalon, your thoughts?
Not quite as excited as David Peralta.
Here's Wellington Castillo, who was singled in Milwaukee, scored a run. So David has now hit in 9 straight and 17 of his last 19. During that stretch, he's hit about 370. You notice I had my Gonzo cup. Went down and got one of the new Gonzo cups.
Nice.
To toast the tacos. It's on sale at the ballpark. Part of the whole series the Diamondbacks have. This is the new one out this month. This is the Gonzo cup. I actually had one when Gonzo was in the booth the other day.
Does Gonzo have one?
He said he was going to bring home some for his wife. I said you can use them on Thanksgiving. Oh, there we go. Yeah. It's got the Gonzo number on it, and then you turn it over. Look at that, huh?
I like to get ready to scoop one out to right field. That might have been the 50th double that he hit on this day in 2006.
Could be.
Never know.
Coincidence, some synergy there. Well, he chases one down there for a strikeout. First out here in the 7th. Take a look at our State Farm report of the ball game. We go down to Visalia, the Rawhide, Rollhide. They lead game 1 of the North Division Finals. Tonight at San Jose in the best of 5 in the Cal League, and winner goes to the league finals. There's the Gonzo Cup high above courtside, in the words of the late great Johnny Most. Jake Lamb.
Arcelia and San Jose tied at 2 in the bottom half of the 4th inning tonight. Keep an eye on that one for you. Check out the Hillsboro Hops, see how they're doing tonight.
All hopped up. Jake has singled, walked, and scored a run.
And just underway, Hillsboro scored 2 in the top of the 1st. Tri-City came back with 1 in the bottom. That's where we stand right now, top of the 2nd inning. 2-1 Hillsboro.
Northwest League final. After they won some thrillers in the semis. Lost game 1, came back, won game 2 in extras. Dramatic win in game 3. Managed by Shelley Duncan there. Hillsboro's done a terrific job. 1-2 on Jake Lamb. Seager's on it. 2 outs. Brings up Chris Owings. Chris Singleton scored in the 4th. He's 1 for 3 tonight. 2 hits last night, including an RBI triple. 242 on the year. Bullpen busy all night for Don Mattingly. Amy Garcia, the right-hander, warming up. Nick Ahmed is on deck. He would be next pitcher spot after that. 1-1 on CO. Diamondbacks no shortage of offense against these Dodgers here in this ballpark. D-backs hitting nearly .330 in their last 6 games versus LA here at Chase Field, and they put up 5 runs here tonight. Owings ahead 3 balls and a strike. Same 2 teams in the series finale. Diamondback Live pregame show at 12:30. Ralph Kelso will be standing by. There's Ralph on the right. Patrick Corbin tomorrow against Zach Greinke. What a pitching matchup that is.
That's a good one.
Ball 4. A 2-out base runner for Nick Ahmed.
Number 20 on the season for Chris Owings.
Always nice to see O take a walk, something he's never really done throughout his professional career. And Don Mattingly, with Ahmed stepping in, has his right-hander ready, and he'll make the move. Amy Garcia on the way in. We take a break. Back in a moment. 10,000 fans get this Los D-backs soccer jersey courtesy of Pepsi. And then after the game, fans can stick around for a free concert featuring Latin recording artist Luis Coronel, presented by Sprint and Samsung. For tickets, call 602-514-8400 or visit dbacks.com. New pitcher for the Dodgers, the right-hander, Yimi Garcia, on to face Nick Ahmed with Chris Owings at first and 2 outs.
Big time strike thrower Yimi Garcia, 61 punch outs, only 9 walks in 50 2/3 innings pitched.
Nick has walked. He's got an RBI sac fly. He grounded out his last time up, 0 for 1. Coming off his 4-hit night last night, he was a triple shy of the cycle. Pitcher spot is due up. Jared Saltalamacchia in the on-deck circle. Daniel Hudson warming up with the bullpen. Anderson Ford bullpen. There's Huddy. Nick has been a dangerous hitter this month. 4 doubles, 2 triples, and 2 homers in September. Down 0-2. In the air, first base side foul ground for Gonzalez. Garcia ends the threat, but the Diamondbacks add 1 more. David Peralta, now with a 9-game hitting streak, his 15th homer has made it 8-5. In fact, the shortest start of his career. Dodgers got 2 in the first, 5 in the third. They led it 7-0. Diamondbacks have chipped away. It's an 8-5 ball game now. As Scott Van Slyke will lead off the 8th against Matt Reynolds. Pinch hitting for Schebler, who took over in the leadoff spot for Carl Crawford, who had to leave the game with a hamstring tweak. So here's Van Slyke at .250 and 5 home runs. Dodgers always keeping an eye on what the Giants are doing. Giants right now hosting San Diego. They lead the Padres 8-0. And warning here, Bob Brenly. Madison Bumgarner. Perfect game. Ad bum perfect so far against the Padres. 8-0 lead in the 7th. Bouncer to shortstop. Nice high hop for Nick Ahmed. One down.
Second baseman, Chase Utley.
Brings up Chase Utley. Chase Utley, his 13th season in the big leagues. He's 36. He'll turn 37 in December. And the UCLA Bruin finishing out the year in Los Angeles. Will it be the end of the career? If it is, it's been a great one.
Yeah, it sure has.
282 career hitter. Last year, Utley, at the age of 35, an all-star for the first time in, well, since 2010. Had a good year last year with the Phillies. Hit 270, 11 homers, 36 doubles, 6 all-star games, playing on those bad knees. Smash! Look out behind the dugout. Everybody seems to be okay. There you go. We should have you. We need to get that shirt for you.
I want to be on his team.
That's right. You get tacos every night. 2-2. That's Utley to swing and miss. 2 down.
Hey fans, we invite you to play Kachinko by signing up at one of the 20 interactive kiosks right here at Chase Field during any Diamondbacks regular season home game.
It's the 4th strikeout in this outing for Matt Reynolds. Brings up Adrian Gonzalez, who homered in the 3rd, his 27th of the year. Gonzalez does have 4 home runs this year against left-hand pitchers. Backs that the other way and finds the gap. Peralta over to cut it off. Gonzalez, no thoughts of extra bases. It's a 2-out single. First hit given up by Matt Reynolds.
Third baseman, Justin Turner.
Justin Turner now. Turner has singled and walked, scored a run. Boy, you're right. That pine tar really does match the hair and the beard. Swing and bunt. Reynolds is on it. Gotta hurry. Throw towards Goldie off the bag. A base hit for Turner. Would have been a tough play for Matt regardless.
Yeah, a little swing and bunt on the left side there. Jake Lamb playing back, respecting the power of Justin Turner. The only guy that could make the play was Matt Reynolds. Unfortunately, his throw is wide of the bag, and Goldie alertly trying to throw behind Adrian Gonzalez out there at second base. But Adrian is not the most adventurous base runner.
Noonan. Don't call him slow. He'll challenge you to a race. He did that earlier this year. Smoke some rider.
Payback.
Yeah, well, here's Ethier now. Gonzalez at second, Turner at first, 2 outs. Ethier singled in the first, RBI double in the third. He's 2 for 4. There's a strike. Reynolds struck out Ethier to open up the 7th.
Now being told that they've changed that to an error on Matt Reynolds rather than an infield hit for Justin Turner.
First error of the ball game for either side. 0-2 on Ethier. Waves at that one. Reynolds strikes him out for the second time. That's 6 strikeouts for Matt in 2 innings. Oh, make it 5. He gets Ethier. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th. It's 8-5.
From Diamondbacks Live, the postgame show. And Joe, this game bears a striking resemblance to last night, but there is one stark contrast, isn't there?
And that is the Diamondback relievers have held the Dodgers in check since the 3rd inning and given the offense a chance to crawl back into this. They have 6 outs to find out if they can make it all the way.
And you'll look at that, how this game does conclude. Plus, I know you have a take on Ruby De La Rosa and his struggles here tonight. So that's coming up immediately after this one. Diamondbacks Live, the postgame show, our standard fare. We'll send it back to Steve and Bob up in the booth. Guys, bring it home.
Thanks, guys. Look forward to that as soon as the ball game is over. New pitcher for the Dodgers. It's the right-hander Chris Hatcher. Missed 2 months earlier this summer with a left oblique strain. Came back the middle of August. And he's got a 4.55 ERA, his 39th appearance. Pitcher spot leads off the inning for Arizona. And Phil Gosselin will hit for Matt Reynolds. Gosselin 288, 2 homers. 1 for 5 in the opener last night. He scored twice. Gosselin's got that big blue thumb pad in there, Bob. That thumb guard, whatever you want to call it. Thumb ring.
You get those bone bruises on the base of your thumbs, and it's almost impossible to even take batting practice. So after guys repeatedly have that thumb banged on, they usually go to that particular device right there. You can kind of rotate it around on your thumb depending on where you need the padding.
Hatcher strikes out Gosselin.
Center fielder, A.J.
Van Slyke, Scott Van Slyke hit for Schebler earlier in the game. He remains in the game and takes over in left field. Here's AJ. Doubled, stole a base, and scored a run his last time up. He's 1 for 3. Check swing. Did he go? No, he did not. Mark Rippiger down there. Peterson in center field, shaded over toward the pool. Van Slyke straight away and left. All kinds of room in left center for AJ. Could land a plane in there.
AJ's hit the ball to that side of the field. All 4 at bats in the ball game tonight. 1 to straightaway center, 3 to right field.
Turner. Short off on the backhand. Nice play at third by Justin Turner. 2 down.
Slick play down there by Turner. That ball was hit really hard. Holds his ground and fights it off on the backhand side, but able to make the play and get it across in time to get AJ.
Well, here's Ender, who had 3 hits in the game Wednesday against the Giants. Had 3 hits against the Dodgers last night. He's got 2 hits here tonight. 2 for 4, a double, a single. He's got an RBI. So trying to make it 3 straight 3-hit games. Justin Turner a step on the grass at third. Now Peterson shaded over toward left center field for Inciarte. Series finale tomorrow. Diamondback Live pregame show at 12:30. And forget the football. This is a pitching matchup. You got to see Patrick Corbin versus Zach Greinke. And the Padres come in for 3 starting on Monday. Hellickson, Chacin, and Ray in that series. 1-2. Padres have their best lined up for the Diamondbacks. James Shields Monday, Tyson Ross Tuesday, Andrew Kashner Wednesday. All 3 6:40 starts on Fox Sports Arizona. They're lifted in the air toward Van Slyke and left. Diamondbacks Bierstein night here. Well, here's to a 9th inning comeback. It's 8-5. That was the Cox Gig Life high-speed highlights. High five. A wild Saturday night here at the ballpark. And we're set for the ninth inning. Diamondbacks trail the Dodgers 8-5. Daniel Hudson on to work the ninth.
Need one more zero out of that bullpen. Daniel Hudson coming on to pitch the top half of the ninth here. Great job by Matt Reynolds tonight. 2 innings, struck out 5 Dodger batters, only gave up 1 base hit, putting a 0 on the board in his 2 innings of work.
Well, Corey Seager has not been retired so far in 8 plate appearances in this series. He had a single and 3 walks last night. Tonight he's got 2 singles, a homer, and a base on balls. Well, they got to figure out a way to get this guy out. That's going to be a problem for the next decade or so. RBI single and a stolen base in the first. RBI single and a run scored in the third. A homer to lead off the fifth. He walked his last time up. A homer, his first career home run. And it was a Bartman moment.
Yeah.
As a D-backs fan reached over and took an out away from the glove of David Peralta. Seager stayed alive and homered later in the at-bat.
Well, David Peralta will certainly never forget it. Josh Comenter won't forget it because that home run goes on his bubblegum card. But Corey Seager, all he remembers is the homer.
It was a shot right down the right field line. There's no question, but he should have been out. David would have easily made the play right along the left field seats. I guess he feels like Moises Alou right now. This was the play in the 5th inning. Peralta comes running over. The gentleman in the gray shirt there with the Diamondback hat snags it. And you can see David very upset. Seager stayed up there and homered later in the AB. 2-2.
I still don't know why that wasn't called fan interference.
I wish I had an explanation.
Yeah. I mean, Alan Porter, the third base umpire, was right in the spot. He saw it happen right in front of him.
I mean, is it as much of a priority on a foul ball as it would be saying a home run?
Well, if it's a foul ball that can be caught, and you know, David, he's on the warning track. That ball is not over the barrier at all. The fan clearly reached out into the field of play. Right there's Alan Porter on top of the plate. A no call.
All boundary calls are subject to review. Those are home runs, ground rule doubles, fan interference. All stadium boundaries are reviewable. I suppose you could have challenged it if you wanted to, or at least requested nicely that they take a look.
In Chip Hale's defense, from his position in that dugout on the third base side, I'm not quite so sure he could actually see that play down on the warning track there.
Yeah.
You know, all the players, I'm sure, were standing up to get a good look at it, and sometimes as the manager, when you're at the wrong end of the dugout, you don't even see the play.
Yeah, that's a tough view for Chip down those stairs as that wall angles out toward the left field corner. There's Phil Nevin sitting next to Gracie down there, the manager of the Reno Aces. Boy, Corey Seager laces it over the head of Peralta. And he's on base again. This guy's a player. His 5th double of the year, his 4th hit tonight.
Catcher Yasmani Grandal.
Oh, David really misplayed that ball. Hit a lot harder than he realized. Took a shallow line over toward the gap in left center, and it just shot over his head all the way to the wall. Oh, you gotta love Seager's approach. He just hits the ball hard wherever it's pitched.
He has reached base safely in all 9 plate appearances in this series. And this is only his 9th career major league game. Yasmani Grandal. Grandal walked his last time up. He's 0 for 3. And that would put him right now at 0 for 36 and 3 for his last 58 at the plate. You ever ride out a 3 for 58?
No,
I would hope not. That's a tough one. 98 from Huddy. You didn't go, says Alan Porter. 1-1.
I say that quickly. I might have. I don't know.
I would think you would remember 3 for 58. But we're going to put that down as a no. Grandal has not had a base hit since August 16th.
You know, players all the time talk about not being concerned with results. It's all about the process. You know, have a competitive at bat, get a good pitch, hit it hard somewhere. You can't control it after you make contact, but you get up into those digits, it really starts to weigh on your mind. Am I ever going to get another hit?
Yeah. In fairness, he's battling a very sore left shoulder. That sore shoulder, he says, especially affects his left-handed swing. That's where all his power is, so he's really in a power void right now. 2-2. Huddy went full on Seager to lead off the inning. Now it's 3-2 on Grandal.
A little bit of Ichiro in his setup from the left-hand side, pulling that shirt sleeve up a little bit, pointing the bat out towards center field.
Ball 4. Second walk tonight for Grandal. First two have reached in the Dodger ninth. Trying to keep this a 3-run deficit. Brings up Jock Peterson. Diamondbacks in the bottom of the ninth will have the heart of the order. Goldie, Peralta, Castillo, 3, 4, and 5. A.J. Schugel warming up at the Sanderson Ford bullpen.
Think that Don Mattingly would ask Jock Peterson to put down a sac bunt, but he has bunted twice this year to advance teammates. I would guess that both times he was trying to bunt for a base hit and inadvertently advanced a teammate.
Peterson tonight 3 for 4, 2 singles and a homer. The home run is 25th of the year.
And that's why Huddy does that inside move to second base right there, just to see if Jock Peterson might tip something at the plate. Like I said, I don't think he'll be bunting here with a 3-run lead in the ball game, but if Don Mattingly wants to play for a couple of insurance runs, you might ask him to put down a bunt. So in order to see if he's going to bunt, you use that inside move to second base, see if he'll commit early.
Pitcher spot up next. Alex Guerrero in the on-deck circle. Daniel Hudson, 17 pitches so far, more balls than strikes. Three and 2 on both Seager and Grandal. Now he's behind 2-0 on Peterson.
If this pitch is close to the strike zone, watch this home run derby swing.
3-0. Huddy worked Wednesday in the win over the Giants. 1/3 of an inning through 14 pitches. There's a strike at 97, 3-1. Well, we know what will happen here if he gets a strike. He'll call timeout. Rick Monday has assured us of that. And here's the 3-2.
Yeah, we'll see if he does it again.
All right, Rick is on the hot seat.
Yep.
He came down here and gloated between innings last time he called it. Rick Monday working Dodger radio. There he is, just to our left. And he has assured us that almost every time when Jock Peterson gets a full count 3-2, he will get in the box and then call timeout. He did it earlier in the second inning. Let's see. There he is. He's 2 for 2.
The best advanced scout I've ever seen.
That's by design. No doubt about it.
He's great to talk to. What a great baseball player he was. So there's your 3-2 timeout. Here's the pitch. Popped him up near the second base bag. Infield fly is called, and Ahmed's got it. I'd like to have Rick Monday do our scouting. Get him away from that Dodger gig. Do some advance work.
Diagnosed and the MRI this afternoon confirmed a strain of the calf.
Boy, what a great radio voice too, huh? There's Guerrero. 231, 11 home runs. 214 is a pinch hitter this year. 3 homers. He had a pinch hit single last night. And come out of the ball game, drives it to left. Peralta will play it off the wall. Seager will score. Will stop Grandal at third. It's an RBI double for Alex Guerrero and a 9-5 Dodger lead.
Gets all over that slider, just hanging out there over the outer third of the plate, pulls it back to left field. Once again over the head of David Peralta.
And now Jimmy Rollins, we saw this last night too, will come in and run for Guerrero. He's a little gimpy these days.
Got a bad calf.
Pinch running for Alex Guerrero at second base, number 11.
And Rollins got a bad finger, so he's got to wear that oven mitt out there. He's missed some time this week with a sore right index finger. Scott Van Slyke.
What a difference a day makes. Last night the Diamondbacks put 12 runs on the board on 17 hits, including 3 homers. Tonight it's been the Dodgers doing the pounding. 9 runs on 15 hits and 4 homers.
I wonder what both Patrick Corbin and Zach Greinke are thinking right now. Tomorrow's scheduled starters in the series finale. Land at third, coming home. Yeah, Grandal hung up.
Run him all the way back.
baseman Chase Utley.
Well, Rollins is in at third. Van Slyke aboard at first on the fielder's choice. 2 outs now. The batter is Chase Utley.
Well, Jimmy Rollins got over there to third base so quickly it almost looked like Jake Lamb could tag him and then still get the runner caught in a run down between third and home.
Utley singled and scored in the first inning. He's 1 for 5. Ball 1.
Look how close Jimmy Rollins gets to Jake Lamb over there at third base. I mean, one step forward, he could possibly apply a tag and still throw home in time to get Grandal in a run down. But Diamondbacks get the second out of the inning. Dodgers have runners on the corners for Chase Utley. This is probably going to cook Huddy for tomorrow's ball game. 27 pitches already. Still looking for that third out.
And really having trouble commanding that fastball here tonight. Right by him at 97. Big Kenley Jansen, the closer, is up. We saw Joel Peralta last night with that changeup. That's in the seats. It's 2-2. Jimmy Rollins, the pinch runner at third. Scott Van Slyke over there at first. 2-2, 2 outs. On the ground is short. Ahmed. Dodgers add one more. Bottom 9 on the way. Diamondbacks trail at 9-5.
Been Greinke matchup, but over at University of Phoenix Stadium, the Arizona Cardinals will open their season. Carson Palmer and the Cards taking on Drew Brees and the Saints, and we have got the most comprehensive coverage of the Arizona Cardinals right here on Fox Sports Arizona. Join us following tomorrow's D-backs Live postgame show. Myself, Bertrand Berry, and Glenn Parker breaking it down. We'll have full postgame reaction. You'll hear from Bruce Arians and the players as they react to the first game of the season. Cards looking to head back to the playoffs after an 11-5 season last year. But guys, as you know, got to keep the quarterback healthy.
Oh boy, that was painful watching that playoff game last year. Down on fumes. Kenley Jansen, the closer, is on to work the ninth. 31 for 33 to save opportunities this year. He is second on the Dodgers all-time saves list behind only Eric Gagne. Goldie, Peralta, Castillo 3, 4, and 5 in the Diamondback ninth. Goldie tonight 2 for 3, a pair of doubles. He's also been walked intentionally. His next RBI will be number 100 on the year.
See a series of cutters, one after the other from Kenley Jansen. He commands it on both sides of the plate. Big time punch out pitcher. He didn't walk his first batter of the season until June 30th.
Stop it. That's what you want in the closer. Jansen had an injury this spring. They didn't know when he was going to be back. Missed the first 34 games of the year. Had a foot problem. Finally made his season debut in the middle of May. Goldie down 0-2. Got him. One down. Our Chaz Roberts air conditioning cool play of the game comes from David Peralta, who will let off the 7th inning with his 15th home run off the lefty Luis Avila. And David's home run extended his hitting streak. It's now at 9 games. Jansen does not waste pitches. Here it is. Hit it if you can.
That cut fastball is not the oddity that it used to be. I mean, it used to be there were only a few guys in the major leagues who really used it as a legitimate weapon. Mariano Rivera most notably, but Kenley Jansen right out of the same mold as Mariano Rivera. He's going to throw it just about every pitch.
Left it up, and David swung through it for the strikeout.
It's almost an optical illusion for a hitter. You see the arm action, you see the release points, you see the rotation on the baseball. Everything about it tells you four-seam fastball. It's going to be straight. And by the time you swing at it, there's just enough action into a lefty and away from a righty that guys just can't barrel him up.
2 strikeouts on 8 pitches. He has yet to throw a ball outside the strike zone. 2 down now, and here's Wellington Castillo. Diamondback Live post-game show. Joe Borowski, Todd Wall standing by. Follows our ball game. We are back with you tomorrow afternoon. Diamondback Live pregame at 12:30. First pitch 1:10. Series finale and rubber game. Patrick Corbin for the Diamondbacks and Zach Greinke for the Dodgers. Two 2-0. How about Jansen was Mr. Efficiency before. Wow. Now he's behind 3-0 on Castillo.
Six walks in now over 44 innings pitched this season. Stay tuned. You might see something you don't get to see very often.
8 base runners here. Jake Lamb would be next. We saw Grandal snatch that and pull it back down like a shade. Closing the window. There's Jeremy Hellickson on the left of your picture there. Jeremy back from the DL after that hamstring injury. Will start Monday night against the Padres. James Shields. 2 outs, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Still alive. A 2-out walk. Giants have won their ball game hosting San Diego. 8-0 the final. Bumgarner got the win. He flirted with a perfect game.
Carried that perfect game 2 outs into the 8th inning before Melvin Upton Jr. got the base hit up the middle of the field.
Formerly known as VJ. Jake 1 for 3. He has walked, singled, and scored a run.
Nice pass at that one right there. Fouled it straight back over the sore shoulder of Yasmani Grandal.
What especially did you like about this swing?
I like the foul ball. Watch the location of the foul ball. Straight back. That tells you that the guy was right on the ball, just a tad underneath it. The timing was perfect. Everything was good. Just a little bit underneath the baseball.
In the air, center field for Peterson. And the Diamondbacks drop the second of this 3-game series. 9-5 your final. And the Dodgers move to 21 over 500. They stay 7.5 games ahead of the Giants atop the National League West.
Well, almost a mirror image of the ball game last night, in the wrong direction, however, tonight. Ruby De La Rosa really struggled in his 2+ innings of work tonight, and Mike Bolsinger did the same. But once again, the Dodgers with a 175-man bullpen just kept running arms against the Diamondbacks. Couldn't get anything going.
LA has won 14 of its last 18. They take this one 9-5 in what turned out to be the shortest outing of Ruby De La Rosa's career as a major league starter. For analysis on that and many other things, Joe Borowski standing by with Todd Walsh. Todd.
All right, Steve, thank you very much. Let's get ready to get this thing started. Diamondbacks Live, the post-game show, is around the corner.